regionally, with women making up a large portion of the tourism workforce, some 60% of the jobs in the sector. The fragile natural ecosystems of the Caribbean that constitute the main attraction for visitors to Latin America and the Caribbean are increasingly at risk from climate change-related phenomena. And the wider tourism industry is vulnerable to threats ranging from geopolitical to geo-economic instability that affect feeder markets and also to global public health threats, as we would have seen with the COVID-19 pandemic. But the region's tourism sector also faces structural challenges, including trade, connectivity, and others that exacerbate supply chain deficits, food insecurity, and the lacking uptake of rapidly evolving technological advances. Environmental threats, including rising sea levels caused by climate change, the erosion of the coastal shorelines, and undermining of the integrity of the core and tourist-related infrastructure. All of these, together with the increasing salination of freshwater resources and the rise of the sargassum blooms, the increasing volume and frequency, all of these negatively affect our shores, our coral reefs, and our biodiversity. So given the socioeconomic importance of tourism to the Caribbean and to many regions across the world and the multiple threats, it is critical, I'm sure we agree, it is critical that all countries, particularly our island states in the Caribbean, collectively define and implement strategies that not only prepare the Caribbean for future shocks, but also helps the region to recover rapidly from these threats. So this conference coincides with and celebrates the United Nations World Global Tourism Resilience Day, being recognized annually tomorrow on February 17th, as you know, thanks to the leadership of the government of Jamaica and the advocacy on the global stage, placing the spotlight on resilience as a pivotal aspect of tourism and reminding the entire world that tourism development in island states in particular encompasses unique multi-dimensional challenges which must be taken into account. So let us congratulate the government and people of Jamaica and the representatives of the United Nations present with us today for leading this important charge. Against this background, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is extremely relevant, and it is very promising in that the Caribbean must join forces to effectively navigate the future of tourism resilience with all of our sister countries across the world. This is important if we wish to truly safeguard the future of this sector and preserve its natural resources through sustainable and regenerative tourism policies and practices. CAF is extremely proud to not only be sponsoring the conference for a second year, but also to be contributing to the thought leadership on tourism resilience as we participate in the discussions alongside the other decision makers and experts and actors across society and across the world who have come here today to support this important conference. So as a multilateral development bank that is committed to strengthening partnerships, we welcome the opportunity presented by the conference to join forces with all other development partners that are working in the Caribbean to support the implementation of agreed recommendations emerging from this conference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Stacey Kennedy, my apologies. I will now like to ask our Minister of Tourism, the Honorable Edmund Bartlett, to make his very special presentation. in the capacity of Minister of Tourism and as the founder of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center.
Thank you very much, Fiona, and thank you for leading the morning's proceedings in the very capable and efficient way that you have. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I just wondered what happened. What happened outside? Good morning. Okay, I'm not feeling the energy and the vigor of the Caribbean energy. We cannot have the Secretary General of the UN Tourism here coming from a chilly place into this nice, warm, hot, and energetic environment, and we feel cold. So good morning. Good morning. Okay, all right. You heard that? Excellent. Good. My Secretary General, and I'm really very happy that he's been able to join us today. He has been Secretary General for the UN, now the UN Tourism, but UNWTO, for well over 6 years, and going strong. I have nothing more to say on that at this podium, but going strong. And he has been all over the world. Never been to the English-speaking Caribbean and Jamaica, and today we have him, and I want you to make him really feel welcome. Mr. Zorop Polo Lishkavili, welcome to Jamaica. Especially I want to welcome also my ministerial colleagues who are here with us, and we begin with the chairman of the Caribbean Tourism Organization and Minister of Tourism for the Cayman Islands, the Honorable Kenneth Bryan. And we have our Vice Minister from Brazil who is here with us. Please stand so everybody sees you and recognize not just the glory of the great country of Brazil, but the wonderful representation that that country has here today. Her Excellency, the Ambassador, is also here, and the Consul for Brazil is also here with us. My sister and colleague, the Minister without portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister, responsible for what I call human capital development and digital transformation, Senator the Honorable Dana Dixon, Dr. Dana Morris Dixon. And I'm so very happy that she could join us today, and she will be with us for the rest of the day. Your Excellencies from the various other countries, our friends from Trinidad and Tobago, where is my Director of Tourism over there, from Guadeloupe, we're expecting also from Saudi Arabia later on, from Sierra Leone, and from a number of other countries as the next 2 days. We hope to indulge ourselves in discourses on this very, very critical global subject of resilience. But to the point of tourism resilience, and this is a feature of that discussion which has avoided many in their discourses across the world. They've talked about resilience in its generality, but what has not been as focused is tourism resilience. Professor, tourism is everything. Tourism is everything, and he's absolutely right, because there's nothing else that happens in the world. Tourism is really the catalyst that slows or speeds up the activities of the world that people travel to experience and to have. And we call that umbrella tourism. So there are a lot of people, Excellency, who are trying to find tourism as a discrete activity, locked in a box somewhere, and you come and you count 10 utils of tourism, or you measure tourism by way of saying how many kilos of tourism you achieved today. Or if you want to go in a science lab and to titrate tourism, so that this element times that element equal tourism. No such thing. Tourism is a confluence of so many moving parts that must all come together seamlessly to create an experience that people enjoy, put a value to, and are prepared to pay a price for. And that's why it has become such a great industry across the world. And that is why it is now regarded as one of the fastest ways of transferring wealth, arguably from the rich to the poor. And capitalism is really very seized by tourism. And those who think capitalism may be a terribly bad thing must just consider that it is just about extraction and the utilization of that which is extracted to create value and wealth. So that in truth and in fact, Anthropocene Earth has been influenced by capitalism hugely, both in terms of its extractive quality as well as the quality of infusing value. So tourism in that space has now become the main driver of this process of building capital across the world. And the value of tourism is that it is not really extractive. It can be extractive, but it is not really extractive, because it adds value at every step of the way, and it gives essence to activities. It encourages creativity and innovation. And what it does is to respond to the needs and demands of people in a holistic way, so that anyone and almost everyone can benefit from tourism activities. You need not be a rocket scientist. You need not be a PhD. You need not have gone to the best university in the world to earn from tourism. And in Jamaica, we know this story very well, that a little guy made 2 crabs race on an evening at a hotel and earns enough to buy a car, build a little house, and send his children to school, to make 2 foolish crustaceans race. And then, of course, you go to the highest level of the aeronautic engineers and the ones who make airplane and spacecraft and so on, that's taking people to space later on, for what you're going to see in the book we're putting out tomorrow, and a chapter on space tourism. So what we're here about today and the next 2 days is celebrating that great innovation that has caused a change in Anthropocene Earth in terms of how capitalism is now structured, and the creation, if you will, of a new epoch. Bearing in mind, we started talking about the Holocene period that was just before man on Earth. And since man on Earth, we have the Anthropocene era. And now with capitalism influencing Anthropocene in the way it is, we are now emerging into a Capitalocene era, of which tourism is a great driver. So understanding, therefore, the impact and the role that tourism is going to play in how the world changes and morphs into the future is important for us as we try to bring the next generation into an understanding of this great economic activity called tourism. And so navigating the future of tourism, and in particular its resilience, is an important discussion and a key discourse that is worthy of our attention, not only in the next 2 days, but in the future. So I wanted to put that in perspective, first of all, and then secondly, to discuss why resilience is so critical then for this great industry. And the truth is that this great industry, if we define it as such, having said what I said before of being a confluence of so many moving parts and so on, that it is the most resilient of all industries in the world. Of all the human activity, tourism is the most resilient. It bounced back faster after every type of disruption that has taken place. And we could go on in history. Even at the times when we had the great volcanoes of Iceland, somewhere about 500 BC or thereabout, the plumes of which covered 2/3 of the world. All of Asia and all of Europe lasted for some 4 years when temperatures were at minus 50 degrees throughout. And a summer period, which would be normally summer, you're minus 2 degrees Celsius. It eviscerated much of humanity then in that area, as well as agriculture and vegetation. But it didn't touch the Americas. So then came the next mega event that has sought to eviscerate the human family. And we say it's the most existential threat that Anthropocene Earth has seen. And that was COVID-19. And this one did in fact cover the world. Because we woke up one morning and suddenly the virus was everywhere. It was not in a planet that covered half of it, no. It wasn't on a planet that covered 1/3 of it, no. It wasn't on a planet that covered 1/4 of it, no. It was on a planet that covered the entire planet. Every country on planet Earth was experiencing this pandemic. And so the real threat to man was now evident. And we started to rely on what we knew best. Because it is the age of science, we began to rely on science. And it is now the age of knowledge, so we were relying on data. And those are the two elements that we relied on to help us to navigate through this. But in the whole process, the fear that overtook us, such fear that it prevented us from continuing our normal activities. And so the planes stopped flying. The ships stopped sailing. The hunters stopped hunting in the wild. The fishermen stopped fishing. And suddenly there was what now appeared to be a new moment in time called the anthropause, as we paused and the world did nothing. And we went almost 1.5 years of that. And then afterwards, we found answers through the same science and data. And we started to act again. And we stopped being together apart. And we stopped denying ourselves travel. And we stopped saying that we can't hug anymore and we can't shake hands anymore and we can't kiss anymore. And we began to move again as a people. So we emerged then into a new period that we call the anthropause, when people are active again and the world is moving. But the impact of that anthropause, as a result of anthropause, has created a new crisis, a new disruption, which we call now the supply chain disruption. So farmers did not come back to do all the farming that they used to do. But more importantly, the whole business of the logistics of movement of goods and services was disrupted. The factories were closed, of course, so the production process also were disrupted. And so we now have to navigate a new era that is characterized by hyperinflation and huge cost of living and psychosocial disruptions too, with people behaving differently. And so what it creates is a requirement for us to recover again, to recover faster, and to thrive. So it is in that context that resilience is being discussed in the next 2 days. How do we move to build capacity to firstly recognize and track disruptions? Because disruptions are going to continue because of the nature of the global activities today. Man on earth has become a very extractive imposition on nature and planet Earth. That's all we do every day. And while we extract, nature has to recover and to restore. And the rate of that restoration is a function of how adequate recovery is going to be from disruptions. And indeed, how often and regular the disruptions are going to occur. So we need to be able to track and to forecast even these disruptions as the first element. The second consideration for these 2 days must be, how do we mitigate against these disruptions as they come? And the third is, how do you manage these disruptions when they actually arrive? And fourthly, how do you recover? Recover quickly. Because the rate of your recovery is a function of your own prosperity and future. Several countries have had disruptions and to date still have not recovered. I hate to make reference to my neighbors, but Haiti is an example. About 12 years ago, we had a mega earthquake, some 12, registering about 12 on the Richter scale. It destroyed much of Haiti. Haiti has not recovered to date. We could speak of hurricanes that we have had in 2017, Irma and Maria, right here in the Caribbean almost. We still have not recovered fully from it. So the rate at which you recover is critical to your future. And finally, and fifthly, to thrive after recovery. That's the challenge, really. And very few countries can speak to that. And this is one of the reasons I speak with a little pride this morning, that our little Jamaica has not only recovered from COVID-19, but we are thriving as the only economy in this region with 10 consecutive quarters of economic growth. And in the process, paid down our debt from 149% of GDP to 74% and going lower. And I realized 4.5% unemployment, down from 13% in 2019. So there's a little bit for us to talk about in the next 2 days. And I'm very happy that we were able to provide the platform for that discourse. And I'm looking forward to the results of the deliberations. I'm excited about being able to codify much of it and to have it available for the global community to experience. And in closing, I just want to say that the tourism resilience activities that we have initiated in Jamaica has now become global. We now have satellite centers in 5 countries, and we have almost covered the globe by way of representation in every continent. We're only short of Oceania. and we're getting there. And our Secretary General tells us that when he's finished with us over the next 2 days, we'll be ready for the entire world. Bless you. Thank you very much. And do enjoy the next few days.
Thank you so much, Minister. A lot of food for thought, a lot of work to be done. I have the task of introducing our keynote, and this gentleman has been at the helm of the now new UN tourism since 2018, advocating for tourism to be a significant player in delivering sustainable solutions for people, planet, prosperity, and peace. He has pushed the boundaries to have tourism look at some other very important areas like innovation, digital transformation, investment, and online education, among many other areas. Please make welcome yet again His Excellency Zurab Polo Lekashvili, or Secretary General for UN Tourism.
Good morning. My name is Zurab Taylor, and in Brazil they call me Zurab Silva. Finally, my father will kill me, I think, because everywhere I don't use my last name. It's very difficult. Thank you for your excellent pronunciation. Very happy to be here, and I have to talk a lot, as my dear brother, Minister, mentioned. There are a lot of things to do. I want to complete his excellent and very impressive presentation and speech and fulfill it. He mentioned that there is no need to have education in the best university in the world if you want to learn about tourism, and I totally agree. But I want to promise you, dear brother, dear minister, that here in Jamaica, we together will create the best university of tourism in the world and best educational center in the world. There are some reasons why in Jamaica, because it's very weird that in Americas, and this is my first visit to Americas in capacity of UN Tourism Secretary General. I've never been with this name and with this capacity in 2024 or never in Americas. If you see on Americas, 80% of population, they don't speak English. All of them speak Spanish. So there is a need and there is a big space to have educational center in English, and there is a huge demand. Where is the better place to do it if it's not Jamaica? Because tourism it's a DNA of Jamaicans. Tourism is the big part of economy, and plus Caribbean. There is nothing. Look at this beauty and nice people, students and youth here. First of all, I want to motivate you and tell you that don't go and don't study other subjects. Tourism is the best thing you can learn, and you are the right and very important place worldwide where you can learn, where you can practice, and where you can grow and where you can do a lot of things, earn money, be successful, be wealthy. You know, you will make it. I'm also coming from a very small country, which has also 3.5 million inhabitants, and I'm here. You know, you will make it. Don't worry, and please. And I'm very happy and very happy that you are here with us. Count on our full support. So one is educational center. We will make it here. The second is resilience center, and I think it's done. And again, the minister is very creative and very innovative, and we are here to support. I know that this is our meeting, and first time everything is difficult. We promise, and I promise that this week, I mean from 16th or 15th of February, Valentine's Day until World Resilience Day, we will be here. every year to celebrate this very important week. And as he's mentioned, these 2 days we will talk about everything. And first time is difficult, but next year will be much bigger. And I promise, and I want to make this event a regular one. Why? Because again, in Caribbean, we need presence. We need to support countries. We need to support families who are living, and their income is only from tourism and agriculture and fishing. These are three things where they get money to feed their kids, you know, and that's why I promise, and we promise, and I'm very thankful to all ministers who is attending today's meeting. They came even from Brazil. My dear Vice Minister Anna, she's here. She was telling me 12 hours flight. Many ministers, not many as we wanted, but we will make it much bigger next year, and count on our full support. All Jamaicans and all Caribbeans that we will be here talking about how to develop the tourism and how to create new jobs. Jobs are crucial. Jobs are most important thing. What is our job and what is our main goal to concentrate and to work on it. Plus education. And let me to add one more element where we will be focused. I mean, this will be education, as I mentioned. There will be job creation with education, of course, and investments. We need more money here. We need more investments, more foreign direct investments in the region, and there is a field. There is infrastructure. People are ready. We will have these educational centers in the parallel, but we need investments. We need money. I'm so happy, our colleague from the Bank of Caribbean and Latin America, and I also want to promise you, your presence is very important for all of us, that first of all, I promise you that we will never, and we will have the best relationship ever during our history of UN Tourism and Caribbean Development Bank, or for Latin American Bank, because we have a lot of things to do. And believe me that the payback on each invested dollar will be not 2 or 3, it will be 10. Because we will invest all money in education, we will invest all money in jobs creation, and this is the best thing anyone can do in his or her life. And I'm very thankful that Sabina Fluxar, who is doing, and her family is doing a great, and one of the star projects in Jamaica, and we will use this example like a pilot for other investors, and we will make investment in Caribbean here again in Jamaica. So many things are coming, and I'm very emotional, like my brother Lloyd. He was very passionate in his excellent another presentation. So there are a lot of things to do, and we are here to work, to make things patient, more interesting, more attractive, and I'm sure that we will calculate then results. It's not easy. It will take a time. We started this morning. No, we started yesterday with one love party, and many delegates, I see that they could not attend this morning session. Thank you for a great evening, Excellency, yesterday, and very happy. So I wish very successful event. I didn't finish my speech. I want to mention about Resilience Center a little bit, because it's a very important project in Jamaica. Just give me 2 more minutes. This center, I mean, today we have 2 horrible wars in Ukraine and in Gaza. Let's forget COVID, and I will talk a little bit about COVID, which is a historical moment in my life and in the industry's history. It was something when we did not know what to do. Imagine I was elected 1 year before I started my work, and COVID started, and no tourism, and you are Secretary General of UN Tourism. So what you will do? What we will do, we did together, we created a crisis management committee where, again, His Excellency was the part and one of the main player and advisor. And we started talking to see nice showcases how governments and countries are managing these horrible days. Same is in Hurricane period, same in the earthquake periods, same kind of challenges we have during the wars and other natural or non-natural disasters. So this center will be the place, brain, I don't know, university, think tank, call it however you want, which will give first the right communication to the countries or member states. Second, will support to recover fast from the shock, because these are all shocks we are talking about. And yesterday I was very aligned, and I was surprised how Prime Minister he has an excellent vision about resilience and about tourism and about everything. But he's very supportive, and he gave us blessing to continue what was founded, by the way. And Minister Bartlett, he was talking about this issue 10 years ago, not today and not yesterday. And he made it, and he created, and here we are to support, to invest, to help, to create a fund. We were talking now at the stage to create a fund of resilience, to support member states in the shock situation, because nobody knows what will happen tomorrow, and we have to be ready. And readiness will be one of the most important part of this center to support countries. So I thank you for your leadership, dear Minister. It's crucial, it's unique worldwide. And I'm sure that all of us, we are here to support you, your ideas, and to help to other people, other countries, other nations to recover fast from these shocks and crisis moments. I hope, and God will listen me, that it will not happen. But unfortunately, it's happening many times. I want to welcome all ministers, all delegates again, ambassadors, Minister Dina. Everything is digital now. In tourism, you can't. Only my father who is printing the tickets to fly it, but the rest, everything became digital, and digitalization is a very important part of tourism. And thank you for your presence. Welcome, Nicole, Belize's last member of UNWTO. We have minister from Cayman Islands, and tomorrow, it's Saturday. On Monday, I'm expecting that Cayman Islands will become new member of UNWTO, UN Tourism. Thank you, Minister, to be with us. And all of participants, I don't want to miss anyone. And have a nice, fruitful, successful meetings, meet new people, new opportunities in education, in investments, in businesses, and count on our full support from UN Tourism. And very happy again to be and to participate in these very important days and forum or conference, which is happening here in this beautiful place. Enjoy Jamaica. Let's be together, and all will be all right. Thank you.
One love, one love, one love. Thank you so much, Secretary General, for UN Tourism. All right, so I know that we are a little late in our start, so I will give you 8 minutes of a coffee break. 8 minutes. All right? Because we're looking forward to starting our panels momentarily, looking forward to building tourism infrastructure, resilience, digital tourism resilience, women in tourism resilience. No, is it no? Okay. Sorry, hold that 8 minutes. Don't leave. I'm watching you. We have some entertainment, then you have 8 minutes, Mr. Russell, of a coffee break. I'm watching you. Thank you.
I think that you must forgive us a little bit. We were remiss in not recognizing 2 particular persons who are here with us and are very important to tourism governance in the region and in Jamaica. And that's the president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourist Association, Mrs. Nicola Madden-Gregg. Nicola, would you stand so everybody sees her? And the president of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, Mr. Robin Russell. Thank you. Thank you.
And we have to brag, he's one of our own. He's in tourism at one of our public bodies. Thank you so much, Daniel. All right, so officially, the opening has ended, and you now have your 8-minute coffee break. Thank you.
Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. Petrojan, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
We are now open and ready to take our women in who are being abused. The facility will accept clients even while we continue to receive donations and build out our programs to help women to rebuild their lives and get back on their feet. I use this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to read out the 24-hour hotline numbers for women who need the shelter. 876-553-0372 or 876-929-2997. The other two properties are now in early reconstruction and or refurbishing stages and will be transformed quickly into safe spaces for women.
Next time on Protecting Jamaica's Own, the Holland Bay Crocodile Sanctuary.
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month, the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February, ranging from mega reggae concerts, reggae award ceremonies, and educational symposia on reggae. February is Reggae Month. Reggae Month is February, when Jamaica invites the world to come to Mecca, Reggae Mecca, and come catch the rhythm like no place else on earth, only in Jamaica.
And that's how I made to give him the go, breathe, I'm delighted. Jano say my passion ignited. Got the music, get me excited. I'm coming like a boy.
Who are fans of reggae music, just come out and support Reggae Month. Whatever we're doing, whatever we're keeping, just come out and support us. Because this is Jamaica and this is where reggae is from.
It is Reggae Month. Make sure you come out and celebrate in every Reggae Month event. A feel music, it is massive, it is powerful. Come out and celebrate Reggae Month.
the transformation of the force took a major step this in 2023.
We continue to expand the quick response unit.
We have also been exposed to greater training that enhance our investigative capability.
And we've also upgraded our microwave system and radio network.
So that's just a minor fraction of the achievements of the Ministry of National Security in 2023. Here's a full recap, and we start with our Honorable Minister, Dr. Horace Chang.
We have been able to continue our investment in the police force. We, in fact, impacted 35 police stations, which brings us near to completing our refurbishing of the police station law program, ROC. We'll, of course, have completed the procurement on a number of further new stations, which will make a significant impact on the police infrastructure, like the new division headquarters in Westmoreland and Spanish Town. We have, in fact, taken the digitization of the force to a higher level. We have completed the radio communication P25 system, and we're in the process of connecting all our police stations across the island. We have recruited 1,263 young Jamaicans who have joined the force, and we have expanded specialized training program at Twickenham Park College.
Basically, the focus of the year 2023 was about people, quality, and technology. Over 2023, we have rolled out our case management system, which is really the database replacement, the electronic replacement of the old station diaries. We have explored and started to implement satellite technology, and we've also upgraded our microwave system and radio network. That will continue into 2024. We received 3,000 additional devices that are part of the traffic ticketing system. Our investments in technology, in cameras, in surveillance equipment has allowed us to keep pace with it, to keep up with what is going on. We've also incorporated more canines into the force. We just got in an additional 23 dogs out of Colombia.
And we're not done yet, because the Ministry of National Security made significant achievements in clearing case files and managing public order on our roadways.
In 2023, as it relates to the strategic priority of crime, control, and reduction, of the 2,970 major crime incidents reported, 1,453 have been cleared through arrest. We have arrested over 517 persons for murder, and in so doing, cleared over 600 murders. Whilst in shooting, we have arrested 385 persons and cleared over 418 cases. In terms of sexual offenses, we have arrested 994 persons and cleared 980 incidents. We have seized a record amount of 1,638 kilos of cocaine, valued at $91.8 million Jamaican dollars. We have attained a level that we have not seen for years within the JCF.
As it relates to the Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement branch, I would like to relate 4 achievements of this branch in 2023. We continue to expand the Quick Response Unit, where we are across some 12 divisions at this point in time, and it has aided us in our response to be more quickly to intercept offenders who commit street crimes, as well as to carry out our surveillance activities. We have executed some 500,000 prosecutions so far, and this is 10% ahead of 2022. We also have the successful implementation of the electronic traffic ticket device. So we continue to perform as a branch to ensure that we protect and serve the people of Jamaica.
My portfolio is the Department of Correctional Services, and a few high points for 2023 or that we were able to achieve quite a number of things. We were very successful in the chess competition, an international chess competition, by the way, with our inmates, and out of 50 countries, they were placed 6th. I think that is a very high point. There were 6 inmates receiving bachelor's and associate degree, and 2 correctional officers as well were able to matriculate with bachelor's degree and graduated with honors. We also saw with the Birthright Initiative, 36 of the inmates from the correctional institutions were able to receive birth certificates. If we're going to have, reintegration into society, it is going to be important for those inmates to have their birth certificates to move on. Another high point was the parent-child link-up. There was a gym at the Carl Rattray Staff College that was opened as well, and we want to actually expand those services. And for 2024, looking forward to even greater things at DCS.
We have also made some new initiatives in the area of social intervention. Among them that I wish to highlight is the Interministerial Cooperation Group with the Ministry of Education, where we are now focusing on 35 schools with challenges from areas that have social challenges. So we launched out in Western Jamaica a program that we are spreading across the island, the first Child Adolescent Guidance Center and Family Services Unit. And we graduated several psychiatric assistants, which would be essentially counselors with advanced understanding or better understanding of the emotional state of the individual they deal with. The primary legislative event was the review of the Zones of Special Operation Act. We have tabled the corrections policy and we tabled our visa policy, which continues our process of really establishing a stronger legal framework and strong policy framework for law enforcement and national security. Another significant event of 2023 when we were able to settle the compensation package for our police force before March 31st, so we could fit in the total fiscal envelope of the government.
As we continue to equip the police officers with resources, build out infrastructure, and strengthen capacity and partnership, the achievements of the Ministry of National Security will continue.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. Petrojan, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month, the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February, ranging from mega reggae concerts, reggae award ceremonies, and educational symposia on reggae. February is Reggae Month. Reggae Month is February, when Jamaica invites the world to come to Mecca, Reggae Mecca, and come catch the rhythm like no place else on earth, only in Jamaica.
And that's how I made to give him the door, breathe, I'm delighted. Jano say my passion ignited. Got the music get me excited. Coming like a boy.
Who are fans of reggae music, just come out and support Reggae Month. Whatever we're doing, whatever we're keeping, just come out and support us. Because this is Jamaica and this is where reggae is from.
It is Reggae Month. Make sure you come out and celebrate in every Reggae Month event. A Fiwe music, it is massive, it is powerful. Come out and celebrate Reggae Month.
Next time on Protecting Jamaica's Own, the Holland Bay Crocodile Sanctuary.
Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. T-R-E-N-D. Big up the trend for education, teachers and the students. A fully bright future, yes, that are the new trend. Better governance, partner with the parents. Follow the big trend, elevate the youth them. Improve the schools, track performance, access and attendance. From infant, primary to university students. Turn up the skills training, full steam, we are getting. Follow the big trend, elevate the schools, yeah. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. This are the trend for all the youths them. Watch the trend, pick up the trend. T-R-E-N-D. Promote technology, yes, and better planning. Quality education, that's what should be trending. From principals to EOs, everybody winning. Follow the ministry, changing the system. Watch the trend, pick up the trend.
This is Trend, Transforming Education for National Development, a program designed by the Ministry of Education and Youth to transform Jamaica's education system for a brighter tomorrow.
Mommy?
Yes, Zoe?
Can we read this book? It will only take 10 minutes.
Sure, sit down. Every spring, Madame Angel Wing arranges.
Do you have 10 minutes? Read with your child today. Reading with your children for just 10 minutes each day helps develop their language and listening skills, stimulates their imagination, and expands their understanding of the world. So, start reading with your child today.
Violence against women begins in childhood. In cultures across the Caribbean, as elsewhere in the world, girls and boys, in numerous ways, are treated differently from the moment they're born. In adolescence, this gender divide increases significantly. Adolescent girls and boys, in all their diversities, begin to interact with the world in new ways, taking chances, learning skills, and experiencing unfamiliar emotions. They search for ways to stand out and belong, to find their place in society and make a difference in their world. It is during this time that girls are more likely to experience violence from people they know, family members, intimate and dating partners. In fact, high rates of intimate partner violence reported by adolescent girls are consistent with global estimates based on research on violence against women and girls. Up to 1/3 of adolescent girls have experienced forced sex. These estimates don't show the whole picture because no one wants to report it. This is shocking. The negative consequences of violence against adolescent girls are well documented and extend throughout a girl's lifetime. Such violence is committed against girls specifically because they are female and can take many forms. It distorts family life and the fabric of society with consequences that cross generations. But this cycle can be broken. Adolescence is a unique time for the prevention of family violence. Girls themselves are part of the solution, but they can't do it alone. There's still work to be done in our homes, communities, schools, and with our leaders to make sure that women and girls live free from violence and can take full advantage of their rights. Play your part.
The Sexual Harassment, Protection and Prevention Act 2021 came into effect on July 2023.
In addition to the landmark legislation,
we have already hired 4 sexual harassment investigators. On September the 25th, 2023, approval was granted for the establishment of the Male Empowerment Unit within the Bureau of Gender Affairs. And I'm honored to officially open 2 units within the Bureau of Gender Affairs, the Sexual Harassment Investigation Unit and the Gender-Based Violence Helpline Unit. The Women's Parliamentary Bicameral Caucus is now a reality.
Notable sporting moves were made in 2023. Jamaica and the Republic of South Africa signed a cooperation agreement to strengthen collaboration in several critical areas of sports, and plans for the redevelopment of the Independence Park complex passed the critical stage. Submissions to the Public Investment Management Committee were approved, and the Sporting Ministry directed to proceed with developing detailed designs for the proposed works.
I'm heartened by the support of my colleague, the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, who has undertaken to provide the resources. It came out of his mouth. Let's do it. Provide the resources to prepare the necessary drawings. We are told now to go to architectural drawings and plans to move the stadium development forward.
It was a great year for national athletes.
Qualifying back-to-back has been a great achievement for Jamaica. Our Sunshine Girls have consistently performed well in World Netball. No other country cupped 5 medals in less than 2 hours.
Reggae Month as an offline event returned with a bang in 2023.
Of course, you all know we had a very successful Reggae Month, extremely successful.
It was just fantastic, and this is just a plus for reggae music. And also, it's a message out there that no matter what you do, you can't hold back reggae music.
The big one, the Independence Grand Gala.
Thousands of Jamaicans came out to make Grand Gala a resounding success.
We continue to challenge ourselves to raise the bar each year.
On the archaeological side of things, Jamaica nominated Port Royal to the World Heritage List.
The 17th century archaeological site of Port Royal, including terrestrial and underwater, are currently going through the UNESCO World Heritage nomination.
And on the Culture Minister's recommendation, the Governor General issued a proclamation naming October 11 as Paul Bogle Day to be celebrated annually.
I am Jamaican.
I am JDF Coastline.
I am an infantry soldier.
I am JDF Railway.
I am am a JDF soldier.
We tend to see the smudge on someone else's mirror and forget the crack in ours. Start by fixing yourself first. Educate yourself.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. PetroJam, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month, the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February, ranging from mega reggae concerts, reggae award ceremonies, and educational symposia on reggae. February is Reggae Month. Reggae Month is February, when Jamaica invites the world to come to Mecca, Reggae Mecca, and come catch the rhythm like no place else on earth, only in Jamaica.
And that's how I made to give him the door. Read, I'm delighted. Jano say my passion ignited. For the music, get me excited. I'm coming like a boat.
Who are fans of reggae music, just come out and support Reggae Month. Whatever we're doing, whatever we're keeping, just come out and support us. Because this is Jamaica and this is where reggae is from.
It is Reggae Month. Make sure you come out and celebrate in every Reggae Month event. A Fiwe music, it is massive. It is powerful. Come out and celebrate Reggae Month.
Bridging, the road signs make the traffic environment safe. The green light means go. Red means stop. Amber also means stop. Yeah man, it don't mean you must speed up. And get this, even if the light's on green, when the traffic is thick, don't bother move off and block the intersection. And please, don't stop on a pedestrian crossing. Look out for children, the disabled and the elderly. Follow the signs so they all can arrive alive. Be a good road user. Obey the road signs and look out for each other.
Hi everyone, by now you would have heard the great news. Jamaica's unemployment rate is 4.5%. That's the lowest unemployment rate in the history of Jamaica. We are now close to full employment. As Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation, this is the best news that our economy can have. It means that our economy continues to expand, but what it really means is that more Jamaicans have income. It means that more Jamaican families can do much better than they were doing before. We are building Jamaica.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. PetroJam, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Next time on Protecting Jamaica's Own, the Holland Bay Crocodile Sanctuary.
We tend to see the smudge on someone else's mirror and forget the crack in ours. Start by fixing yourself first. Educate yourself.
Hospital visits are anticipated to increase up to the end of this year and into the first few months of next year as we see more cases of dengue, flu, and other illnesses. As a result, emergency departments may be overcrowded with longer waiting times. We have therefore extended opening hours at select health centers island-wide. Persons with mild illnesses and chronic diseases, including diabetes and hypertension, should visit with their health center. Let us work together to protect others against dengue and other illnesses.
I am Jamaican.
I am JDF Coast Guard.
I am an infantry soldier.
I am JDF Railway.
I am
a JDF soldier.
Vitalize tourism, enhance competitiveness, and ensure socioeconomic sustainability. It is a tool for empowerment and a means to bridge gaps and a pathway to resilience. So as we embark on the discussion today, we explore how digital platforms can democratize access to tourism markets, how data analytics can provide insights for better decision making, and how technology can enhance visitor experiences while preserving our cultural heritage and natural environments. Our discussions will not only focus on the challenges, but also celebrate the successes and share best practices that can inspire and adapt us across different worlds. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have assembled a very distinguished panel. As a matter of fact, some of the best minds that can discuss this topic. And just by way of protocol, each of the presenters are going to be given 7 minutes to give their opening remarks, and after which we will have a panel discussion, at the end of which we will also invite the audience to ask some questions so that they can get more clarity around. So we're going to begin the opening remarks, beginning with our Honorable Minister, the Honorable Dana Morrison-Dixon, who is the Minister with our portfolio in the Office of the Prime Minister, with specific responsibility for skills and digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Minister.
Good morning, everyone. And I noticed he said 7.5 minutes. I was told 15, and I'm a politician. We usually take a lot of license in the time that we're given to speak, and I will try to use it. You know, today's not the easiest day for many of us to be here. You know, there is a campaign that is very live and that we're all expected to be on the campaign trail, but when Minister Bartlett asks you to be somewhere, you go. And so since Minister Ed Bartlett asked me to be here, I am here, and I want to acknowledge him even though he's not in the room, and I want to acknowledge His Excellency Zurab Polo Kishkashvili, I think I got it half right, Secretary General of UN Tourism, and all the other specially invited guests or ministers who are here from Cayman and also from Brazil. Good morning to you all. Now I wanted to start with a little story about something that happened recently. I was in Slovenia for an artificial intelligence event put on by UNESCO, where we're talking about the ethics of artificial intelligence, and I was speaking there and bringing the small country perspective to AI and AI governance globally. And the day that I was leaving, there was no flight in the morning, so I had to take an afternoon flight, and I took the opportunity to visit one of their sites, and it was the Postoina cave that I went to visit. And while I was there were two things that stood out. One was, while I was waiting to go into their cave, I heard Bob Marley playing on the radio. And I said, that must be because I'm here. So that was one thing that stood out. The other thing that really stood out for me was some students who were doing the tour with me, and they were studying sustainable tourism. And as we were in the beautiful caves, they said, should we really be having tourists in here? Aren't we damaging the natural environment? And of course, you know, I overhear that, and as a former teacher and university lecturer, I had to engage them in conversation about it. And what we spoke about, me and the tour guide now became teachers, we spoke to the fact that, you know, only 10% of the cave system was being used for tourism, and the rest of it was for science. And so a lot of it was actually preserved. And that's how you're able to still have tourism while not damaging the entire ecosystem. And so we were talking about what they were learning and trying to understand how we can truly make tourism sustainable. And I was happy with that conversation, even though it was in a completely different continent where we were talking about tourism and I was talking to young people, because I really do believe that our young people get it. And they're asking the right questions, and that's why I'm happy to see our students here in the audience today, because they get it. Resilience, which is the topic, and AI and artificial intelligence and all of the technology aspects which I've been asked to speak about, are really important. And I think it's really, we see it every day when we talk about tourism and Jamaica, how good Jamaica was during COVID-19. But as I watched at that point from the private sector, there were some things that stood out to me as some of the key elements of our resilience in Jamaica. And for me, one of them was leadership. The leadership of someone like Edmund Bartlett, who said, let's figure it out. The community spirit. There were many different task forces where there were different people who were asked to contribute. I remember being in the financial sector and asked if I could help on one of the COVID resilience committees, and I said yes at that time. That spirit of consensus building where every partner and everybody in the industry, outside the industry, worked together. It came from this deep understanding of the sector and the issues, because you cannot be resilient and have resilient responses if you do not have that deep understanding of the sector and how it works. And of course, the ability to predict what will happen and what your actions will lead to was very important. And for me, the key element that made us the most resilient of countries was execution, because you can have all these beautiful plans, but we were able to execute it. And our members in the tourism sector were fantastic in that. So when we talk about some of the issues that we're facing, you know, climate change, we talk about it so much. We're islands, especially in the Caribbean, where rising sea levels, extreme weather events, changing ecosystems, and these threats are ongoing. These are threats that will get worse over time. And these events not only cause immediate disruption to tourism, but also require substantial resources for the recovery and rebuilding, which diverts funds from other areas. Another one that I grapple with every day in my portfolio is cybersecurity. And that's a key challenge. And the tourism industry is the home to some of the most sought after data. And I can say for everyone here who has anything to do with tourism, your entity is under attack as we speak by cyber criminals. I can guarantee you that. They are trying every day to infiltrate private businesses, government entities. We see it every day. Our team that is looking at Jamaica and looking at the attacks on Jamaica, we see it all the time. And so it's an area that we have to build into our thinking about resilience in the tourism sector. And a cyber attack, as we know, can severely damage our reputation and impact our image in the eyes of our customers. News of a breach can lead to a loss of trust among current and potential customers. And so that's a key area. But what are we doing? And given that I have skills and digital, I'll show you what we're doing in Jamaica and linking both of them together. The Hart College of Hospitality Services, and I know that Janet Dyer is here. There she is. She runs this entity and has been one that has driven it for a long time. And that is our key center for training in the tourism industry. And so the Hart College of Hospitality Services has taken on the challenge of developing and implementing the Center of Excellence in Culinary Arts and Gastronomy, which aims to promote the art and science of preparing and serving food using indigenous Jamaican products, while training Jamaicans in the cultural norms relating to food gastronomy. And so the Research and Development STEAM Lab, we actually have a STEAM Lab at our Center for Hospitality Training. So it's STEAM in terms of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And we opened a STEAM Lab in February last year. And for us, that is a signal that even in how we teach food and gastronomy, that technology is becoming even more important, even from the food printers. I know a lot of people don't even know what's a food printer, but we are using food printers in our program and having our students understanding the various technologies and cooking technology that is used, because we recognize that in building a resilient tourism sector, we also have to have students who understand where the future is going and have access to the best technology that there is. So it's not usual to see a STEAM lab in a hospitality school, but we're doing it because of that understanding. We also have the Cardiff Hotel and Spa, which is a training institution attached to our hospitality service college, which basically teaches what a real hotel looks like. And you can go there, you can get food, you can stay the night, you can have the spa services, but everything is students. And at that entity, we've been able to win the 2022 Green Globe Gold Advanced Certification Award. Now, this award is given to hotels and resorts that demonstrate a commitment to sustainable practices and environmental responsibility. But this is not just recent. From 2003, the Cardiff Hotel became the first Green Globe certified hotel with a training college attached to it. So we've been leading the way with sustainability for a long time, and I have to congratulate the team that is here. And so it's not just today. So you heard that Minister Bartlett was talking about resilience and sustainability for a long time. We've also been doing it, even in how we have our skills training. Because what I want to say to you is that when you think of resilience, there are many facets to it. And we have to concentrate on all of the facets. So on the skills side, even though this is a technology panel, the skills element and incorporating technology into our skills training is important because we need to have the workforce to continue on this resilience train. And also resilience looks back also at construction. How do we construct our hotels in a sustainable manner? So in our training programs for construction, we have moved to green construction and using green technology and teaching that, because we recognize that in order for us to build in a resilient manner, cognizant of what is happening with climate change, we have to do so using new technology and using green technology. And so our new programs in construction are all green construction programs and also technology embedded in them. In terms of agriculture, our first agricultural center that uses robotics was built in St. Elizabeth. Our only robotics program is in St. Elizabeth, which in many people would think, why there? That's a farming community. But it's because we understood that in order for us to have food security, that we have to look at new techniques around agriculture. So the young farmers are learning how to use robotics as a part of farming in the future. They're understanding much more about rainwater harvesting. They're understanding how to use all of the technology from the probes and all of the other digital technology that we use in agriculture, because we understand that in order for us to have food security, which is a key element of tourism resilience, that we have to have farmers who understand how to use technology. In the AI area, we have an artificial intelligence task force, and one of the members is here. And we are looking at how we can harness artificial intelligence across all of our sectors. When we are teaching our hospitality students in back office operations, they're now starting to learn artificial intelligence and how they can use it and the programs they can use in the tourism sector. In our universities, we're having artificial intelligence AI hackathons to solve government problems, including tourism. And so our students are starting to think about these things from early, because we truly believe that for us, we have to become creators of the technology and not just consumers of the technology. Jamaica is a leading entity in tourism. And so we have to be leaders in the development of the technology around tourism, and the government sees that as a key priority. So there are many things that we're doing around this area of resilience, and I take it much further than maybe our host would have wanted me to take it, because I do believe that resilience and technology needs to be embedded in every single element of the supply chain that is tourism. And in order for us to do that, it starts with the skills that we impart for our labor force, because that's the team that's going to be taking us forward in terms of building the resilient systems that we need. And so when we are focusing on tourism, and in my own work, the work we're doing in building a more robust cyber framework for Jamaica through the help of the US government and also with the Inter-American Development Bank is critical, because it means we can better protect our tourism entities and also our government entities. The new e-gates that we see at the airport, where we're bringing technology to the immigration process, is also a part of that. And we're incorporating digital in everything that we do. And I know that I am out of time, and so I'm just going to note that you have a really great panel up here, and they're the experts. My role is really on the policy side, but there's a lot of opportunity in technology for us. And we have to embrace the technology, whether it's in social media or developing new hotel management systems
it is important that we harness it. And artificial intelligence is especially important to me, both locally and on the global stage, because I believe that this technology can be of very good value to us and our development and the development of the tourism sector and the resilience embedded in it that is necessary. And so we are working as hard as possible to harness the technology and harness the human capital that is required for us to move forward. And I thank you, and I will end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I've worked with ministers long enough to know, but she's doing some amazing work, so we have to support her. Just by way of efficiency and making sure that we're aware of the time constraints, I'm just going to introduce quickly and give the titles of the rest of the panelists, and I'll indicate when they'll speak. Natalia Bayona is the Executive Director of the UN Tourism, and she's coming up next. Natalia, ready? We also have with us Mr. Devon Bryan, who is the Chief Information Officer for Carnival, Mr. Cordell Green, who is the Vice Chair of UNESCO's Information for All program, the IFAP, and he's also the Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission. We have Ambassador Dushant Savidio. He's the founder and CEO of Amber Group, and Dr. Luz Longsworth is the Senior Corporate Director of Sandals Corporate University. And my very good friend, Dr. Kerry Wallace, is the Executive Director for the Tourism Enhancement Fund. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm welcome to Natalia Bayona, Executive Director for the UN Tourism.
Good morning to everyone. So, it's my pleasure to be here today speaking about digitalization. So basically, what are the main drivers for resilience? And to me, there's no doubt that through technology is the only way where we can preserve our destinations and, of course, our tourism sector. So let's talk a little bit about the data that we have in UN tourism to understand why technology is really key in resilience. First of all, I don't know if you know, but during COVID times, the only indicator that maintained stable was investing in technology and startups. And of course, if we see the pipeline of investments, since 2015, the tourism sector has been experiencing a booming when it comes to investment in technology, in new ventures. And of course, last year, there was a historic event. PIF, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, bought Al Musafir, the airline. So we are seeing that in the emerging markets, governments are investing in tourism technology through their public funds. And that's incredible because, again, it's a matter where facts are seeing that the startups are there to support the uncertainty and the different challenges that we have in the sector. So when it comes to venture capital, as I was mentioning before, $48 billion have been invested in tourism technology for the last 5 years. 27% were invested as a record year during the pandemic. So, of course, when you see this is really crucial to us. The map is really concentrated when it comes to technology and digitalization. North America, by far, is the most important investor in technology and is the most important developer in tourism technology. Then we have Asia and the Pacific, because, of course, China is investing there in every single thing to promote entrepreneurs in tourism. And then, of course, Europe. But Latin America and the Caribbean is almost invisible. 0.8% of the technology is invested here. So there's a lot to do. Because as the minister was saying, this is one of the youth destinations of the world, Latin America, the Caribbean, and we have a lot to do in terms of how these new technologies can help the sector. We see that when it comes to the unicorns of the sector, again, the US is leading the way by far, with more than 4 of the 6 top unicorns in tourism in the world. The second one is India. And when you see the changes in the market when it comes to investments in technology, 10 years ago, investors thought that tourism was a family business sector. So they thought that investing in startups was something about friends and family. And it was only to create seed entrepreneurs. Today, if you see, it's quite the opposite. 10 years after, tourism technology has been booming, and 60% of the investments in venture capital goes to mature entrepreneurs. So the sector in terms of technology has been not only maturing itself, but also is giving signals of confidence when it comes to the development of new technologies. And when we see where are the key technologies in tourism, by far, artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, blockchain, clean tech, green tech, and health tech are guiding the way of tourism. So if we cross the technologies with resilience, of course, green tech and clean tech has a lot to do when it comes to natural disasters. Artificial intelligence has a lot to say when it comes to training people and to predict models in order to help sustainable tourism, to assure the capacity of the destinations, to assure what is the marketing strategies that we need in order to create better destinations and more responsible destinations. Augmented and virtual reality are crucial to promote towns, to promote rural areas that, of course, they don't have the traditional budget to spend and to promote their destinations in the traditional media. So through augmented reality, the towns and the rural areas have seen solutions to bring the destinations closer to the world. So at the end of the day, the best deals or the best investments in the world when it comes to tourism are aligned with solving the problems that we have as a sector. And the key players, if you see, is really interesting, because when you see who are those key investors in tourism technology, is not the business itself. Google, Amazon, MasterCard, that are not tourism entrepreneurs, or they are not directly part of the tourism sector, are the biggest investors of tourism technology, because they have seen that tourism is a strong business for them. So using the data, as I was mentioning, using Google Maps or Google technologies in order to promote destinations, Amazon with e-commerce, that's part. Tourism is part of their business today. So part of what we have to do is to understand that tourism technology goes not only to hotels, to restaurants, to the hospitality sector, it also goes in the connection with the biggest tech companies in the world. From these 5, the only one that is from tourism is Amadeus. The rest of them are big tech companies that are connected with the sector. And if we see, every single country that is leading the way in tourism is creating, of course, their own accelerators, their own hubs, as the minister was mentioning before, to have there, to empower youth, to empower students, to give them the tools to create different technologies that can help in order to be ready before a disaster comes, before a pandemic comes. And the universities, by far, and here we have Luz, yesterday we were discussing with them, because the private sector now is more than keen to invest in people, to invest in the sector, because we all know that this sector won't be sustainable if our workforce is not trained, if our workforce doesn't have the digital tools to promote solutions. So more than ever, part of the movement that we see in UN tourism is that tourism and technology has been empowered since the universities in order to help youth, and these solutions are connected with the private sector, with Sandals, Iberostar is here as well, and all of them know that together we need to create these solutions with the youth in order to support the different things that we do. So I would like to be brief because of the time that we have, so I just wanted to give you some facts and figures of what we see in UN tourism, but basically, to wrap up this intervention, first of all, in UN tourism, we believe that the present of tourism is youth empowerment, and that youth empowerment needs to be connected to technology. Technology is here as a key driver of helping tourism to solve different problems. And that's why in UN tourism we have here CAF, the Latin American Development Bank, with whom we launched 1 month ago a challenge for startups and for entrepreneurs in order to bring solutions focused on biodiversity, on sustainability, on preserving heritage, because at the end of the day, those solutions will help us to promote better the destinations, to give seed funding to those solutions, and of course, to work together in order to be prepared for every single thing that we do in this sector. So I just wanted to give these facts and figures to start the discussions with all the colleagues. So I guess, my dearest moderator, the floor is yours again. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. When I thought about this topic and that word resilience, I landed at sustainability. That has to be the purpose of any conversation predicated on the notion of resilience. And sustainability is about long-termism. Thinking in the long term, thinking about decisions that are made responsibly when we prioritize social, economic, and our environmental responsibilities over short-term gains. I start there because, as the last speaker said, and the minister before, exponential technologies, in particular artificial intelligence, are transformational. They're changing all the operating systems in the society, and tourism and travel, hospitality are no exceptions. So if we think about artificial intelligence applied to the experience of tourism, for example, we know that one of the transformational outcomes could be personalized experiences. As the last speaker said, you combine artificial intelligence with virtual reality and augmented reality, and you have augmented experiences. But I think it's important, as we think about sustainability, to ensure that we strike the right balance. To me, tourism is about people, and it's about the environment, and it's about real experiences. Synthetic experiences can augment those real experiences. But I really think sustainability is a pipe dream if we lose sight of human centrality, that human has to be in the center. So we anthropomorphize our devices, we call them smart, but I think when we're thinking about sustainability, we have to remember that it's not the technology that should be at the center, but people. In that regard, I think it's important as we devise sustainability strategies to take guidance from some significant instruments that have recently emerged. One of them is the United Nations Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation. And I love the fact that the UN Secretary General's roadmap emphasizes three principles that go to the core of what I just said about human centricity. The first principle, and he was being specific now to artificial intelligence, but this is applicable to all forms of digital technology. He says AI should be governed inclusively by and for the benefit of all. And out of an abundance of caution, lest that escapes us, the second principle is that AI must be governed in the public interest, not just private interests, and anchored in the United Nations Charter, international human rights law, and other agreed international commitments such as the Sustainable Development Goals. Then we also have another instrument which I think we need to embed in our design of sustainability strategies, and that is the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. It says ethics, but it talks about ethics because ethics undergirds any initiative that is designed to achieve sustainability. But the recommendations, they are not sort of narrow philosophical, ethical considerations. I'm making that point because sometimes you mention ethics and people sort of go off and say, well, that's for philosophers. I want to pull out of the UNESCO recommendation three policy areas that touch and concern this question of sustainability. The first is the policy area addressing environment and ecosystems. The recommendation states that government should develop and adopt AI-powered solutions for disaster risk resilience, monitoring, protection, regeneration of the environment and ecosystems, and the preservation of the planet. Pure ethics in design, simplicity. It gives examples specific to AI systems for supporting the protection, monitoring, and management of natural resources, supporting the prediction, prevention, control, and mitigation of climate-related problems, key for small island developing states such as Jamaica. And there are other examples. There is a policy area dealing with culture, because if we're talking about people and the environment, culture is central to that discussion about in the context of sustainability. The recommendation emphasizes the importance of incorporating AI systems and other forms of digital technologies in the preservation of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And then the last policy area I wish to mention is that addressing the economy and labor. The recommendation says when integrating artificial intelligence systems, it is emphasized that governments and business enterprises should assess and address the impact of AI systems on labor markets and the implications for educational requirements. I raise this because I believe it is key that we integrate these policy actions and instruments in any design around tourism resilience. Perhaps I could close with just one or two other thoughts. The first is we shouldn't fall in the trap of thinking, particularly about artificial intelligence, that it is a finished subject. The AI we're talking about now doesn't necessarily mean that it's the best form of systems design. We have to think about weaknesses in the current system design that undermine our own human experiences, such as our democratic traditions that are important to tourism sustainability in the areas in which we live. So that, for example, disinformation, misinformation, deep fakes, those are not out in another paradigm removed from tourism, because illegal robocalls and fake news could be as destructive to the reputation of a vulnerable tourism destination as Jamaica in no less a way than we are concerned about its impact on Taylor Swift. So the other thing is that when we think about these technologies, and I am emphasizing AI, in some contexts, it will be a tool, in other contexts, a partner, in other contexts, a substitute. I think substitution should be the last outcome, that we should collectively work to mitigate and militate against substitution and emphasize partnership and AI and digital technologies as a tool. I say this to say in conclusion, in tourism, which is people-centered and people-powered, the exploitation of any technology should be with a view to leading to an outcome that minimizes loss of jobs, prioritizes supporting workers to be better workers, particularly those at the bottom and those who do onerous work. So let's not automate away people. Let us automate to deepen, strengthen the flourishing of human beings. Those who are working very hard now in tourism, the message should be your work and your burden is going to be lessened, so that as a human being, you enjoy from your soul the role you play in tourism. And that looking forward, what you see is prosperity, not loss of a job. How great it would be if after this transformation with artificial intelligence, the average tourist worker could look forward to taking a vacation in the places they work because of how transformational artificial intelligence is. So, if at the end of the day we fail to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, and artificial intelligence advances, that can't be for the benefit of human beings. That would be antithetical to sustainability. So the call to action is use the technologies, make sure that there is human centrality in the process of transformation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're pressed for time, so we're going to change up the format just slightly so we can get, because I want to get in some questions to make sure that the panelists can address some of the concerns that the audience may have as it relates to this. At this time, I'm going to invite Ambassador Dushan Savadia to just come and make his 2-minute remark.
Good morning. No. I'm sure we all had breakfast. Good morning. Okay, now seems like we did have some good breakfast. My name is Dushan Savadia. I'm the founder and CEO of the Amber Group. It's one of the largest technology conglomerate in the Caribbean. And after having listened to my esteemed colleagues, I'm out of words already. And the sad part is that I lack confidence on the days when I don't have a great hairdo. But let's get back to the topic. We want to talk about resilience, tourism resilience, and sustainability. Both resilience and sustainability is possible when you have revenue. It's the bottom line of everything across every country. What are we striving for? You want to build great resilience, how to fight across every single natural disasters that can hit us. Competition can hit us with great, wonderful products from all over the world. You will have all sorts of challenges and all sorts of problems. But we also know that at the end of the day, what solves most of the problem is also focusing on revenue, which actually builds all the necessary infrastructure, builds all the necessary tools that we need to create sustainable tourism, create sustainable and resilient tourism for life for each countries. To talk specific for Jamaica, I think I don't want to give you a broad brush stroke, but I want to zone down into what, in my view, in fact, I didn't even know we had 7 minutes to speak individually. I thought we were supposed to just sit in the panel and talk. So I quickly jotted down some notes in my view, what we need to do. So we first understand that resilience, sustainability, both can come when you have money in the bank. You need revenues to fund whatever you require for sustainability and whatever you require for resilience. And revenues come from where? From becoming extremely customer-centric, giving the connected experience that when you leave Jamaica, you think, wow, I want to come back here again. And I did meet, as Amber Group, we operate in 100 countries all over the world. I met one of the largest investment firm in the world in South Africa. And when I was sitting there with, I won't name them, when I was sitting there with them, I said, you know, I am based out of Jamaica. My headquarters of the Amber Group is Caribbean in Jamaica. And he said, Dushant, you know what? I actually did my honeymoon in Jamaica 20 years ago, and I want to go back to Jamaica again. And this is one of the largest investment firm in the world. Want to come back to Jamaica and explore what we can do here with them to improve our economy. But again, like I said, customer experience is all everything boils down to. Good customer experience brings good people, good consumers, good revenue streams that then gives rise to all the great plans that we have around how to build further resilience in the country, how to build further sustainabilities that we want to create. Now, in my view, talking about technology, I think there are a lot of possibilities that we have explored, a lot of things we've done, a lot of things we're halfway through ahead of the rest of the Caribbean, rest of the world. And completed some of the tasks which you would imagine. So I want to zone down in the next 2 minutes to what I think is necessary from digitalizing the tourism economy for Jamaica. Let me start with digital marketing and promotion, and my good colleague here spoke about AI. Digital marketing and search engine optimizations, all of these promotions have become so automated these days. You don't even need people sitting actually creating stuff for you. It takes days to create a video, take days to create something that you can post and show to the world, sponsored ads, etc., etc. This social media has made it very easy for us to communicate what we are and what we have. So one, I think for resilience, for continuity of sustainability, one is a heavy focus on digital marketing and promotion. We've got JamPro, we've got Jamaica Tourism Board. Both of them are heavy-hitting institutions that are promoting Jamaica at a lightning speed that people, no matter where you go, and I've traveled nearly 70 countries myself, and I represent Jamaica in 70 countries for my own businesses. I never say I'm from Dubai or from India or I'm a British citizen, but I am a Jamaican citizen, and when I say it's Jamaica, their eyes pop up. Bob Marley, man, Bob Marley. That's our identity globally. It's interesting. How do we capitalize this identity? How do we get the word out that Jamaica is ready for business? So digital marketing and promotion is one. Second, Minister, I think where we're still a little short and need solid improvement is online platforms in Jamaica. Not every hotel, not every institution, not every food chain, not every restaurant. There's so much required still for us to fully digitalize Jamaica. So when I'm visiting Jamaica as a tourist, I just go into a single app. What do I want to eat? I want to eat sushi. I'll give you 60 options to buy sushi from your app right now. So I think the online platforms for all the services, whether it is tourism services, whether it is restaurant services, no matter what it is, whether it's a taxi booking, everything have to step up and make it a lot more easier for the consumers to consume what we have to offer. Third, virtual tours and experiences. Minister, it's becoming such a huge thing all over the world. I was in Saudi Arabia a few weeks ago, and they actually built, and we actually have started building it ourselves inside Amber Group for Jamaica as a pilot, where we're looking at building a whole VR-based digital Jamaica, where a tourist, if he wants to climb the Duns River Fall, can actually climb virtually as an avatar. They can walk inside the Sandals hotel. Look at the room. How does the guest suite look like? How is the restaurant looking like? Giving a virtual experience before they come is the next big thing happening. As it's, you know, you've got VR from Meta. Apple just launched their very expensive $3,600 device. So VR is becoming the future of knowing where to go and what to do. So we need to catch up on that trail in terms of virtual tours and experiences. Fourth, mobile applications. We still, in Jamaica, have a lot of scope in improving mobile applications, and those which exist also need upgrades to create that whole digital experience. Why can I not sit in my room? Why do I need to make a phone call and go through a call center and answer so many questions what I want to eat? Why can't I just open the app inside the hotel and order what I want to, and the food comes to my door in 30 minutes? And it sends me a ping also, the food is almost on its way. Somebody's like Uber, right? There's so many advances that we can make to change the customer experience. Then let me go into one of my favorite subjects, data analytics and insights. We've got data for who's coming in and who's leaving when. How do we capitalize that data to understand what the customer experienced, what they missed out experiencing on this particular trip, and what are their interests? Do they have kids? So do we need more things for kids to do? Do we need a big water park? What do we need? So all these data analytics will assist us in understanding the psychology of the customers visiting and leaving and re-engaging them to come back. We all know that that a returning customer is a lot cheaper than acquiring a new customer. Yes? A returning customer is 1/3 of the cost to acquire a new customer. So how do we engage all these patrons who are coming to Jamaica? They love Jamaica the first time. They decided to come here, and most of them, I also came as, that's another story, but I also came to Jamaica just as a humanitarian, and I decided to make this home and build businesses and donate most of my profits back to charity in Jamaica. But anybody who comes here has fallen in love with this land. There is something so touching about this place that we still haven't really capitalized fully. Then online reputation management. We know it's a problem globally. No country is spared in the world. Forget about America, or forget about Jamaica, forget about Europe, forget about India. Every country is suffering some sort of onslaught of online reputation issues, where somebody's blogging something of a little experience they had. If I bump my head when I'm coming out of the helicopter, the next day news is maybe I've gone wankers. I don't understand what's happening, I'm gone crazy. It's incredible what is happening in the online space, where a lot of information is coming in and creating a lot of distraction from the actual experience of what exists, which is majority of it. So even from the tourism resilience purposes, we need to learn how to do online reputation management for our own countries across the world. And there are so many AI tools now to suppress all this negative information, to get them to be removed from specific areas where they are misrepresenting the facts. We've got a lot of good in the world that we don't want to sing about. And I think that is where we as a country have to become a lot more resilient and very focused in creating better online reputation management in terms of how do we do this. And then smart destination management. It's a new term which talks about improving infrastructure across every single services we have. If we go to a venue, which is, let's say, Duns River Park, which is my favorite, I'm going there tomorrow morning. If I climb the Duns River, if I get there, is the infrastructure okay for me to get through the lines quickly? Is everything in place so that's a smooth experience for me to get through all these layers, go enjoy what I really came for? The frustrations come, and you know that, sir, that frustrations come when you have to sit in a long line and wait, and when by the time you get to the experience, you're out of the experience. So building better smart destination management, more ability to create better technologies, better ticketing systems, better QR coding where you just scan and go inside, and just ease of convenience is what attracts more people to come back. Eighth, I've got only 10. Eighth is contactless payments and transactions. And of course, the government of Jamaica lately have pushed Jamdex so hard. We're pushing so many digital different solutions into the market at the same time. Every hotel now is ranking up in their numbers in terms of creating a lot more convenient way of paying. But even when I get into a taxi, and we are speaking to all these industries now where we're going to bring QR codes inside the taxis, we're going to bring all this convenience so the customers don't have to worry about carrying cash or worrying about if they have everything or not. Just the smartphone is enough to transact in Jamaica in the next 1-2 years. This will happen. There is no choice. And I can tell you, there are a lot of big institutions like Kerry, my friend here, and everybody going behind all of this to make this happen. Then you also have virtual events. Jamaica, not everybody can come here, but we can take Jamaica to the whole world. So creating more and more virtual engagements out of Jamaica, promoting those virtual engagements. We've got some very talented musicians and singers, and we're a land of music, we're a land of joy, we're a land of inspiration. How can we take this to the whole world? Why the world needs to come here? We can still earn revenues in Jamaica, bringing the world to Jamaica virtually too, not just physically. And then, of course, the last but not the least, my favorite is training and capacity building in technology. 3 years ago, the Amber Group started the Amber Heart Academy, which is under Minister's portfolio. It's one of the largest institutions that provides skills training in Jamaica. 3 years ago, I started the Coding Academy in Jamaica, the first coding institute in Jamaica with Heart. We fully sponsor the kids from age 18 to 35. They come onto the campus. They study on campus free of cost. They live on campus. Their accommodation, their food, their laptops, their education, everything is funded between Heart and the Amber Group. And in 1 year, we qualified them with certifications for software developers. And we only last week graduated another 88. We have nearly 500 students studying there. And we also have many of the hospitality students right here from Heart as well. So the whole institution is now focused on building more candidates, building better quality resources within the country to serve our guests to Jamaica. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I took 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. This is supposed to be a 3-minute run through what was a 7-minute plan, which I promise you will be quite short. I'm going to focus for my few minutes on the use of technology in capacity building and education. So thank you for the introduction, because that is where we are focused in Sandals Corporate University. And just quickly to let you know that Sandals Corporate University is an institution built within Sandals to educate, to train, to build the capacity of all 18,000 team members across the region. It is an unusual entity, but it is moving in leaps and bounds. And I just want to do 2 sort of case studies for you today as to how the Sandals Corporate University's use of technology had helped to build resilience and recovery, particularly after the pandemic, and how we are now using the technology moving forward. So we know that we had job losses after COVID, but we also know that the Caribbean really recovered quite quickly. And in the case of Sandals was the first resort to reopen during the pandemic in June 2020. And that was an amazing feat. And what really allowed us to do that was the fact that prior to the pandemic, we had instituted a learning management system which linked all of our team members across the region in 8 different countries. During the pandemic, we utilized that learning management system to prepare our team members to return to the resort. Of course, we did a lot of other great things like keeping our permanent staff on with reduced pay, keeping health and life insurance. But the key thing for us, from our perspective, was their ability to continue their skills training while they were at home. And this was also seen in the work that was done by my dear friend, Carol Rose Brown at the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation, in ensuring that using the technology, we could keep especially our young people engaged and still excited, and that the industry had not died as many people were predicting. So I'm going to share 2 cases with you. We utilized our platform, Cornerstone, and we created a program called the Sandals Platinum Protocol. The Sandals Platinum Protocol of Cleanliness was an online program, and the requirement was that team members had to do it before being able to come back onto the resort. And these protocols dealt with all areas of our cleanliness, our sanitization, as well as the protocols of serving guests, wearing masks, and so on at all levels. 10,500 team members trained virtually in a country where in countries where we say that we are technology fearful. We did not find that. We found that 75% of our team members trained on that, and they got certified. And each resort had to have team members certified before they could reopen. What did this do? One, it gave confidence and comfort to both the team member and the returning guests, because we could show our guests who were worried about what was the protocol, what was the safetiness here, that they were in safe hands, that we had taken all precautions to ensure that our team members, our resorts were safe and ready for them. It also comforted the team members that they were safe, that they could come back, and that our company would take care of them. And they dug in there. During the shutdown, while people were on layoffs or on part-time, we had 32,000 learning items completed by team members during that period of 4 to 6 months. And that again kept them engaged. It kept them upgrading their skills. It kept them in the business. So when we reopened, we were not, like many people, as low in our returning team members as some of the other properties, because we kept them engaged and focusing on their skills. So the online platform, I know our students know this, those who had to study during COVID, was really a part of building that resilience using the technology. But my final point is, what of the future? We've heard a lot about AI, AR, VR. The truth is the technology is in service of the human being, because the industry is about hospitality, it's about touch, it's about touching lives. But let's not be afraid of using the technology to enhance our skills in how to touch lives, in how to do things better. So what we are doing in our corporate university is using hybrid approaches. So you see the traditional classroom, but we're also utilizing a platform called Eon Reality that our moderator knows very well, that is training our team members. And that picture is somebody who is learning knife skills, how to cut meat using augmented reality. The truth is, we have to recognize that if we're going to scale up our tourism product, if we're going to remain at the cutting edge of all of the skill sets, it has to be a multi-mode approach, but the technology, particularly for small states, where it is very difficult perhaps to find the personnel, the trained staff to do this kind of training face-to-face, this technology can bring it to your team members. You can have one master trainer in one country and team members across the region or across your country learning from that same trainer. So we have to harness the tools of AR, VR, and AI in the benefit, for the benefit of the training and development of our team members. And it has been shown that learning is 40% more effective utilizing these immersive technologies than it is in the classroom. Right, students? Don't you would rather do something that's exciting, you know, rather than sort of sit and listen to me talk all day? Wouldn't you? I knew it, yes. I've been teaching for a long time. So the opportunities that are there for us, though, is that we can develop our own solutions for our region. Right now, we're buying a lot of off-the-shelf things, but I'm so happy that we're doing that development with our young people, because we need to customize solutions for our region. We have new tools, we have AI solutions, and we have to train our own people to develop for our industry. The challenge is still the relatively high cost of internet, because while we're able to train our team members, many of them do not have access in their communities when they go home. And we really need to work very, very closely with the providers of the digital services to increase bandwidth. If you're doing AR and VR, you need more bandwidth than text. And of course, the cybersecurity issues, Minister spoke about that, and we really have to take, you know, a lot of care with that. So I guess my point is, a little bit of a quotation. AI and digital technologies won't replace humans, at least not for now. But humans using AI and digital technologies are going to replace humans not using them. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kerry Wallace, Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. I was told I had 10 minutes before coming on the stage. When I got on the stage, they said it was 7. While the other speakers were speaking, ATIF came to me and said it's down to 3. And so more speakers spoke, so I really believe I'm like at minus 10 right now. Nevertheless, I wanted to speak about how we have used in the TEF digital technologies to ensure the resilience of the tourism sector. As Minister Bartlett spoke earlier, we are a series of moving parts. There are so many facets of our experience that have to come together to create what we call a tourism experience. And using the advancements in technologies to make all those moving parts better. The whole tide is what we're lifting with technology, and we're making more resilient with technology. Therefore, Jamaica as a tourism destination, in our case, becomes better and more resilient. One of the examples I'll use is what we call the Caribbean dilemma of having world-class hotels coming in, 1,000-room properties, and then they need to be supplied by a developing support sector, developing manufacturing sector, developing agricultural sector, to be able to, they're accustomed to supplying pickup loads of produce, and these hotels are demanding container loads of produce. How do we bridge that gap? Our Minister Edmund Bartlett, in his brilliance, created the Tourism Linkages Network that resides in my agency, that now has that responsibility of creating that bridge, linking our suppliers. Here's Jamaica's problem. We don't have many large farmers. We have 200,000 small farmers. How can we use digital technologies to still make that work? I introduced to you Agri-Linkages Exchange, so ALEX for short. That's an app that we developed, an online digital platform that links all those 200,000 farmers to the purchasing managers of all our hotels in Jamaica to then go online. Even though it's a lot of them, it's clicks now. It's not having to go to the farm. It's not having to deal with 100 per day coming into their delivery areas. It's now simply clicking to make the purchases, to have the big delivery, the containers still in effect coming to their hotels to supply them. We've created that Agri-Linkages Exchange. It required even more hand-holding because, of course, there were some farmers who just were digitally savvy. We had to create a whole cohort of officers who then would call each farmer each morning to say, what is the stock that you have ready for sale? They then entered that on the ALEX platform so that when the purchasing managers went on, they could see all that was available and the prices and everything. In about 3 years, we achieved $1 billion in sales on that platform. Between December last year and today, we've gone almost $500 million in sales on that platform. That is the rate of growth that we're seeing. I'm going to invite Carolyn McDonald-Riley to stand and take a bow. She's the head of the Tourism Linkages Network. So how does that create resilience? When we had COVID and we had created that database of farmers who were on the platform, who we were working with closely, and they had this dilemma of those that consuming industry, the hotels closed down, borders were closed, and all their produce ready to go to the market, now in their fields. Because we had already created that connection, that line of communication, that bridge, We therefore purchase the stock as a government agency from them, use it to create care packages to then deliver to the very tourism workers who were now out of a job and the tourism communities that were out of jobs. And so we kept them selling their products so that when tourism rebounded, we had farmers in business, farmers still producing. It made Jamaica's recovery so much faster. So it's a clear case of using digital technologies to create the kind of resilience where if we do get a shock, and God forbid we won't have one for the next 100 years, but we are still able to keep all those moving parts together, well-oiled, still turning, so that when the time comes for recovery, the wheels are cranking. I give you one more quick example, and that is this human capital that Dr. Lunsworth referred to. We also have created, using digital technologies, the connection with our human capital. We have the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation that trains and certifies tourism workers. But what we've done with digital technologies is created a database that then makes it so easy for our HR teams in the hotels, in the attractions, to be able to find all the tourism workers online who have been certified and with clicks can make that connection to them, to hire them, and to help to create a solution to that challenge that we all know about, where post-COVID we've had the disruptions in the human capital available to not just tourism, but all industries. And so the good news is that, yes, technology is advancing, but there is still a lot of room for using the current technologies with better applications, with more applications, to transform our industry, especially in the Caribbean as we know it, because there are a lot of gaps, a lot of barriers, artificial barriers, I might add, that with technology we can use it as a sharp knife cutting through those barriers and allowing for the levels of increased productivity with this huge consumer group called tourists coming to Jamaica. And my minister will always talk about the disparity between how they consume versus how the local consume. It's so much more. They're on vacation. They're not drinking one glass of wine at dinner, or one sip of rum at dinner, like the rest of us. They're consuming all day. They're not having one egg. They're having 8, 9 eggs for the day. And so if we can align using digital technologies, all our producers, to be able to meet that demand, to supply more, then Cordell, I don't think you'd have to even worry too much. We have such a gap to go in getting our own people more productive, more skilled, bigger entrepreneurs, so that the wealth from tourism can spread to the length and breadth of our countries. When we do that, any shock that we get, everyone is going to pay attention because everyone is being affected. If tourism is just an enclave industry with a few benefiting, then if we get a shock, there'll be different priorities. When it's an all-inclusive industry, all of the countries, all of the people included, then any shock, all of the people are going to want to get tourism back up quickly. And that is a part of our resilience. That means we will rebound faster because all the energies, all the resources will be focused on getting our industry back together. And that's why Jamaica has been such a success story in our rebound from tourism. I'll stop there. Thank you.
So I only have about 20 minutes of remarks. Just kidding, just kidding. But the joy of going last is that I can just say ditto, 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 ditto to all that my esteemed panelists have just covered. But I do have a video, and before we play it, it's only like 2 minutes. Before we play it, though, I just want to verify that it's locked, loaded, all right? Before we play it, just a quick bit of context. Carnival Corporation operates 96 cruise ships, carrying about 4,000 or 5,000 on average passengers, about 1,500 or so crew to over 800 ports and destinations around the world. So we think about the calculus, especially that a first-time cruiser goes through when she or he is selecting their family's vacation destination of choice. And not just the destination, but also what are they going to do when they get there, right? And so I think the minister mentioned an AI hackathon that her team did. The video you're about to see is the result. It's rough, granted, but it's a result from one of the AI hackathons that we did at the company, where we asked our brilliant employees to come up with ideas to transform the nature of what we do as the world's foremost travel and tourism company. And so with that, I'll ask the folks to roll the video. Audio, please. We're not hearing. Audio is important.
What activity would you like to do? Sports, cultural, or gastronomic? Log in to help me better understand your interests.
Could you please restart it? The beginning is important. And if you are...
Hi, I'm your digital tour operator. Nice to meet you. I'm here to help you choose the perfect excursion for you. What type of activity would you like to do? Sports, cultural, or gastronomic? Log in to help me better understand your interests. Hi, Marta. Happy to see you again. Would you like a cultural excursion? Guided tours of the Pompeii Archaeological Park are planned tomorrow. The weather will be perfect, with a temperature of around 26 degrees. How much time would you like to dedicate?
No more than an hour, otherwise my 5-year-old daughter wouldn't be able to handle it. I would like something that doesn't cost too much also, maybe around 150 euros.
Then I recommend the 10 a.m. visit, which includes entertainment for the little ones. The visit is within your budget, as children under 6 years old do not pay, and the experience costs 120 euros. Here are some pictures of the experience. The fun begins on the bus, with songs and entertainment for children that kick off the challenge of the day, a journey through time to discover the historical treasures of the city. At every step there is something to reveal, including riddles and educational games. Who dueled in the amphitheater? What were the ancient professions? How and where did people live in 79 AD? Is this experience something you might be interested in?
Very nice indeed. Let's do it.
Happy to have helped you. Then by scanning this QR code, you will be able to complete the purchase and find the details in the app. Hi, I'm your...
Thank you. So kudos to the bright technical minds at Carnival that came up with this. I mean, and it is among the several products that resulted from that AI hackathon that we had. And so this one is focused on guest experience. We also have AI hackathons focused on employee productivity, maritime operations, and business operations in general. But again, I think that video kind of crystallizes much of what you've heard from my esteemed panelists today, and certainly opening remarks by the Honorable Minister and others in terms of certainly there are risks, but there's also the potential transformational efforts and results from embracing technology. Democratizing access to technology is also critical as well. But with that, I will just end it there, as I think I'm like right about at 2 minutes, and turn it over to our esteemed moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank my esteemed panelists for a very thoughtful and insightful their respective presentations. Everybody was on time and respected the 10-minute mark. We're very happy about that. But I think I have time for about 3 questions, and I'm going to pose them to different persons just to kind of wrap up and bring a level of transition to the conversation. My first question is actually to the Minister. What policies or regulations are being implemented to balance innovation in tourism with the protection of cultural heritage and environmental sustainability? I know it's a loaded question.
That's a very loaded question, yes. But it's
it's one that I think I spoke a little bit about in terms of the conversation earlier. When we think about things like artificial intelligence, it's really very important that we think about cultural nuances. And I do believe if you look at a lot of the data, and there was one example where in the US you ask Siri, show me pictures of judges, and they show you almost all male judges. A lot of times we don't necessarily think about the bias that's embedded in some of the technology that we're building. And that is why it's so critical that small countries, developing countries, with the help of people like Ambassador Duchamp, create our own technology, because we are the only ones that can truly solve the problems that we have. And we are using technology. A lot I've spoken about how we're using it in terms of skills training. Technology is what's going to be able to give us the tools that we need to confront climate change, which is very, very, very important. I mean, we cannot downplay the importance of climate change in our countries. And we have to build differently. We have to think about so many different elements of construction differently. And that's why we've changed the way we teach in relation to the skills training elements. In terms of culture, when you use AI, I remember I was recently sitting on the plane with a member of Third World, and he wanted me to explain artificial intelligence to him. And I said, I could do a reggae song not knowing anything, not being able to play any instrument, and it could become a hit. And he said, but they can't write like me. Yeah. And I said, yes, that's where the human element comes. But I said, your lyrics have already been captured into many AI systems, and we can actually write like you and make a song sound like you. And so the cultural dimension and maintaining the cultural nuances of our destinations is really, really critical. And that's why we have to do these discussions at the global level. And that's where things like UN tourism have to come in, because we can lose a lot of that. And we haven't even spoken about copyright issues with AI and what that means, and how many people and our artists in or parts of the world will even increasingly not be able to benefit from their skill set that they have given to the world. But there are obviously issues, but it starts with understanding what the issues are, because if you don't understand, you can't develop solutions to them. But I do believe that climate change and even cultural preservation of cultural identities can be furthered by AI, but we also have to understand that there are ways that we can actually see technology taking us in the wrong direction, and that's why these conversations are so important.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic that now we're being asked to validate that we're not robots when we're verifying information online. I'd like to ask Natalia a quick question. How do international organizations such as UN Tourism support capacity building and knowledge sharing with countries to enhance digital resilience in the tourism sector?
That's a very interesting question, because I have a lot to do. Thanks to the meeting that we had yesterday with the Global Center of Resilience and with the leadership of Minister Butler. So basically what UN Tourism does when it comes to education, first of all, we work in online education. We have an online platform that is the Tourism Online Academy, with more than 35 partnerships with the best universities from all around the world, uploading content to make it easier for everyone. The good news is that yesterday we committed to create the first course on resilience tourism with the center. So it will have the Jamaican stamp, of course, as part of the leadership that you're doing here in the island. Second of all, thanks to online education, we have trained more than 50,000 students from 100 nationalities for free. So that's an example. And this year, the idea is to use artificial intelligence in the platform so that we can help with technology to massify the content. On the other side, in offline education, we are committed as well on education. We have a lot to do, and we are creating academies in collaboration with UN Tourism. So we have developed these in Saudi Arabia for the Middle East, in Uzbekistan for Eastern Europe. In Brazil, we have a regional office, so we are working as well to create there collaborations with top universities. And with Jamaica, yesterday we were discussing with Luz in order to help and to include all the thematics of tourism education here in Jamaica for the Caribbean, and to help to strengthen the capacity building of the workforce, of the vocational training, and as Luz mentioned yesterday, to create the better education for the emerging professionals in tourism.
Awesome. Thank you. And Dushyant, in your dual role as ambassador and also as an entrepreneur, what role do you think public-private partnerships play in driving digital innovation in tourism industry, and how can these collaborations be strengthened?
I think the private-public partnership is what you can see a lot of examples in Jamaica already. Sandals is a very good example, starting their own university. Amber is a good example. We started our own coding academy. And similar to this, there are so many different organizations going the route. We had a culture before that we have the need of employees. And we never take an interest in ensuring that the skills match what we need as employers. But over the last few years, and thanks to the pandemic, I think a lot of things changed since. Our eyes are wide open. We know as private sector, if we do not support the public sector and we do not support the NGOs, it actually harms our business directly too. So without this union of the private, public, NGOs all together, we cannot create the magic, we cannot create the resilience, we cannot create what we really think our country is deserving for its growth, for its revenues, for its skill development, for its technological new architecture that we need to build for Jamaica. None of this will happen without all the parties playing their part. And I want to add on top, there is a role of tourists and the role of our citizens also in this to play that we often forget. If I'm abusive on the street and somebody sees that, what impression are they carrying about Jamaica back home? Oh man, you walk on the streets of Jamaica, this is how they do. I think there is a role that every single leg of the society has to play to improve our resilience and sustainability both. And I think citizens also have such a big role to play. I am a citizen first, then an entrepreneur, then in whatever else roles I play in the society. But as a citizen, I have a profound duty to my country to ensure that I do not project violence, I do not be part of anything that hampers the growth and the optics of my country too. Everything is a mix of everything. There's no, there was a world where you can independently do whatever you want to do. The world has significantly changed in front of our eyes in the last few years itself. It's a world of interdependency. A world where everybody has interdependency on each other to make all the wheels move perfectly. So I think public, private, NGOs, institutions, no matter citizens, tourists themselves when they come here, everything has a role to play to make our Jamaica a lot more resilient and a lot more better as an industry. Also to welcome more and more tourists. And I think as a country, we've done already tremendously well. Can you imagine a country of 3 million population have more tourists than its own population now, which is phenomenal. The product is out there. Product is known across the world. We carry one of the strongest brand in the world. How do we capitalize this across the world with more technological push that we can give to attract more to come in? Thank you.
Thank you. Luz, I just want to ask the last, I'll probably give you the last. Are there opportunities, for example, based on the work that you've done with Sandals and the success that you're seeing with, especially with the Eon platform, for that to be leveraged for other industry stakeholders? And how would you envision that working? I know you're from academia, so you would have seen stuff like this happen all the time. But how do you see that kind of success story permeating the rest of the industry so other persons can benefit?
Yes, thank you. No, through partnerships, because the minister knows that he was very happy with the idea of Eon, but it had to be through public-private partnerships. So that platform we introduced at the University of the West Indies when I was the principal of the Open Campus there, but it wasn't able to find feet. In Sandals, it found feet. And now the next step is a partnership with the University of the West Indies to work together in now developing content that is local, that is going to help in the dive industry in Jamaica and the Caribbean. So it really is a matter of the partnerships that Ambassador spoke about, the public-private partnerships, and that we recognize that we are all in this together. It's not a matter of competing to see which property or which agency is going to outdo the other. It is that we all need to work together to create a pool of highly qualified and motivated and energized persons to really lift and move our industry across the region to the next level. And we have the talent and we have the will.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank my panelists for such a wonderful discussion. There are a lot of food for thought that was disseminated this morning. And I know that as we move into the next phase of implementation, a lot of those ideas, we're looking forward that next year we can report on the progress of how those are going. Thank you so much. And we look forward to more productive sessions during the course of the day. Thanks.
It is Reggae Month. Make sure you come out and celebrate in every Reggae Month event. A feel music, it is massive, it is powerful. Come out and celebrate Reggae Month.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. Petrojan, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Just meds it.
Instead of hurting and fighting each other.
Let's help each other.
We don't need to fight.
We're all here to learn.
Your classmate could be a future lawyer or minister.
Do you know that your classmate or your schoolmate could be a future prime minister?
So here what? Just make daddy proud. Don't have me a worry.
Don't fight or lash out. Violence is never the answer.
Before you pick up a stone,
why not pick up your book?
And just meds it.
We all have our part to play.
Let's end violence.
Let's end violence.
Let's end violence. Let's end violence.
Let's end violence.
Let's end violence.
We must end violence in schools now.
The National Family Planning Board now presents a parenting tip from Forrest E. Whitcraft. 100 years from now, it will not matter what my bank account was, the sort of house I lived in, or the kind of car I drove. But the world may be different because I was important in the life of a child.
Next time on Protecting Jamaica's Own, the Holland Bay Crocodile Sanctuary
housing, skills development, digital integration. These plus regional and international partnerships are the highlights of the Office of the Prime Minister in 2023.
Change is happening right before our very eyes.
Let's recap.
We have, in hearing the call of the people for accountability, for stability, for good management, we have carved down the government.
In the first half of the year, the Prime Minister restructured his cabinet to merge key portfolios and introduce new sectors of focus.
We have kept the government basically very tight, and we have brought in new talent into the government.
To ensure accountability, Mr. Holness tabled job descriptions to direct the conduct of members of Parliament and government ministers.
This is what accountability means. It means we take responsibility for ourselves.
2023 was a very good year for Jamaica in terms of digital transformation. A lot of things happened in 2023, and primary among those would be broadband access. We were able to bring broadband internet to 500 schools, to our courts, to our police stations, and to our post offices. It's been fantastic to see all of these entities being connected under our GovNet program also. In addition to that, in 2023, we also formed the AI task force. What we're saying with that task force is that Jamaica is not going to stand idly by while the world moves forward. During 2023, we did a lot of work in terms of setting the foundations for NIDS. We have our card processing center. We did a pilot with a lot of Jamaicans. It was oversubscribed. And through that pilot, we learned more about how you would want your NIDS sign up to be. And we have tweaked it. And we've worked on the regulations for NIDS. And in 2024, early 2024, we'll be ready to go with our national digital ID. Which for many years, we've spoken about protecting data. And that's why we moved forward with the Data Protection Act, December 1, 2023. "2023 was a very good year for skills development in Jamaica. And this is an area that is critical for the future of our country. Our Prime Minister announced that heart would be free to everyone. And that's a really important thing because that impediment of paying has been lifted. And that signals the commitment to increasing the skills quotient in our country.
Since the announcement of our Prime Minister about the removal of fees in March 2023, the Heart NSTA Trust has seen an enrollment of 119,641 participants.
In addition to that, we have put new technology into Heart. What it says is that we're talking about the future. Our young people are going to be equipped for this new world. And that's why we also did that LIFT program, which is taking 500 of our brilliant young people and giving them the social documents they need, giving them access to learning how to code, how to be professionals, and then putting them in the private sector and public sector and paying them for 1 year to learn how to be professionals in our country.
250 firms across the ministries, departments and agencies and private sector entities have embraced these participants in their workspaces. Another significant achievement is our skills development training for 191 unattached youths between the ages of 17 and 29. The Heart NSTA Trust engaged these youths across a 6-week National Service Corps residential camp training. The individuals are from communities that are under the zones of special operations.
During 2023, the National Housing Trust NHT continued to deliver more to our contributors. And to that end, we broke ground for 2 major developments, one at Tivoli Gardens in Kingston, and we had another at Sheffield in Westmoreland. And where the delivery of housing solutions are concerned, we delivered over 1,000 housing solutions to brand new, proud NHT homeowners.
My dream, as well as the dream of many individuals in this audience, has become a reality.
On the financing side, we continue to make improvements to our loan products and our loan offerings. And in this regard, the NHT actually improved its loan ceiling for all major NHT loan products and also our general open market loans. For our build-on-own land loans, we moved that loan limit from $6.5 to $7.5 million. And we also introduced a new $8.5 million loan category where individuals who are purchasing units that cost less than 12 million Jamaican dollars can access that additional $1 million. Our home improvement product, that also went up by a further $1 million, moving that from $2.5 million to $3.5 million. The NHT in 2023 also introduced its external financing mortgage program. We call it EFMP for short. Now, what EFMP does is that it allows you to apply for your NHT loan right where you save. So NHT contributors who earn $30,000 or more, they can now apply for their loans under the EFMP program through a wider network of banks and credit unions. We also made improvements to our microfinancing loan program. Now, this is some additional funding that the NHT provides that you get to add to your general NHT loan amount. So we moved that amount up to $1.95 million. In additional funding you can now access through your credit union to do a wide variety of housing-related things. And also the NHT introduced in 2023 our NHT Online, which is greater convenience for you to access your eligibility letter and a host of other NHT benefits.
You see how enlightened the thinking is of the NHD to make sure that we give all opportunities to Jamaicans to access the financing of the NHD.
The consolidation of government communication to effect a more robust and responsive state apparatus is key. It's a key objective of the Prime Minister. We are currently renovating a space at the Public Broadcasting Corporation, and procurement is now taking place to acquire equipment to totally retool and modernize Cool FM. There's an upgrade taking place currently of the ATI website, as well as aligning it to modern accessibility standards. In collaboration with our newly minted Minister, Dr. Dana Morris-Dixon, we are forming the G-Data Task Force to create purpose-built archives and records facilities in order to protect our data. Increased engagement with stakeholders for digital switchover. This process has started and it continues in earnest, but I'm pleased to announce that testing of DSO ATSC 3.0 has commenced by various broadcasters.
Government must respond.
Determined to cauterize crime and improve civility, the Prime Minister deployed members of the Jamaica Defence Force, JDF, to support special security operations during the year. The JDF also supported the police force and other key agencies in responding to a series of bomb threat hoaxes. And the National Disaster Risk Management Team sprang into action in October in response to a 5.6 magnitude earthquake that had a shake intensity measuring 7.
There has never been a better time to invest in Jamaica.
In 2023, Prime Minister Andrew Holness represented Jamaica's interests at the regional and international level. Outcomes include Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean benefiting from a $35 million commitment from the United States government to support clean energy and disaster response in the region. Another is the Global Gateway Investment Agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, which was launched in July. Jamaica is set to benefit from 45 billion euros of high-quality European investment to the region, with more than 135 projects already in the pipeline.
Jamaica is on a pathway. Let us not deviate. Let us not turn back.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. Petrojan, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
One in 10 jobs worldwide are dependent on tourism, so it's very important. There are approximately 292 million jobs that depend on tourism, and in 1 out of 3 developing countries, and in the Caribbean, which is probably a little even closer than that, tourism is a main source of foreign exchange. The Caribbean region received 26.5 million tourists in 2023. This was up 15.7% more than the 22.9 million tourists received in 2022 and 1.5% more than the 26.1 million received in 2019. Here in Jamaica, we received about 4.1 million tourists in 2023, at 23.7% increase over the prior year, and our revenues for the year were $4.265 billion, a 17% increase over the revenue generated the year prior, and a 17% increase revenue over 2019, pre-pandemic. According to WTTC, in 2023, sustainable tourism was a major trend, and it's expected to continue in 2024. So it's about 65% of travelers want to do something sustainable when they visit a destination. And those options range from outdoor events, local gastronomy, nature, wellness, and many rural and community activities. The World Tourism Organization defines sustainable tourism as tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host communities. With the huge impact tourism has on economies of the world, to be successful and competitive, the onus has to be able to adapt to advancement of sustainable tourism. To be successful, destinations operators must ensure the resilience of the product offering. So resilience, on the other hand, has the ability to become strong, healthy, or successful again after something bad happens. And we've seen that with the pandemic. And resilience has three components: preparation, persist and withstand external environmental changes, response, mitigate and cope with negative effects caused by the changes, and recovery, persist and withstand external environmental changes. Now, we call that the preparation, going into the mitigating and coping. The response and then the recovery is a bounce forward to a new state for a better future performance. So I found this little, in researching resilience, I found this little saying, advancing despite adversity. And I thought it was so real, so true, and it really depicted what resilience was. And the advancing is all about that vision, you know, setting your goals, setting a vision. Then the despite would be the proactivity that we need to have, and of course, over adversity. So how do we advance despite adversity? To stay ahead of any challenges or adversities which may arise, one has to evaluate the risk. And this is where I think that we really need to look into this, ensure that we not just pass and say, okay, the pandemic is gone, it won't come for another, sorry, okay. Set goals to enact the vision that will establish the framework, policy, for maintaining the risk, and most importantly, ensure there is proactiveness in planning ultimately to mitigate any potential negative impact. Finally, ensure that constant evaluation takes place throughout the process. Suppliers of travel such as air, sea, and rail have been adapting their operations to ensure their products and services will meet their passengers' needs. But where are we as destinations? How prepared are we? Paramount to destinations is their investment not only in infrastructure, climate change, and passenger experience, etc., but their ability to disseminate information to the many stakeholders, their ability to mobilize and or sensitize SMTs and other stakeholders, whether financially and or through training. I am sure my colleagues will have more information, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning on behalf of CAF. This morning you heard Dr. Stacy Richards Kennedy talking about CAF. I'm the manager of climate change and biodiversity, and you may wonder why environment is so important for a conference on resilience and tourism. Minister Bartlett and Professor Waller this morning said that tourism is everything. I would say, on the opposite, that everything is tourism. And above all, as a development bank, CAF considers that tourism has to be good for improving people's lives. It's not only to have a better tourism, but to improve the quality of people living in the destinations, as it is the case in Jamaica. We work to make possible that tourism improves the quality of people's life, but also the quality of environment, of ecosystems, of beaches. We consider that tourism is a very important catalyst for improving the environment. So that's why CAF, we have made a commitment to devote 40% of our financing to climate change and environment in general. But what is more important is that we have committed to devote 40% of this amount to adaptation and resilience. You, of course, know that Jamaica and the Caribbean countries are the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. It has been estimated that 3% of the GDP is lost because of the climate change impacts. And of course, tourism is one of the sectors most affected by the impacts of climate change. So we need to work in adaptation, in resilience, and to be sure that not only the grey infrastructures are good, but that the natural infrastructures are the best. We need to have the best beaches, the best ecosystems, the best mountains. This is the most important thing to really attract tourists, but also to improve the quality of the people living there. Recently, then, we have made a commitment to devote an important amount of resources to adaptation. In the climate change conference that took place in Dubai, we made a commitment to devote 15 billion to adaptation and resilience before 2030. And we want that an important amount of these resources will go to the Caribbean countries and specifically to Jamaica. And we consider that it's important that in countries where tourism is so important, we are able to find these spaces of coincidence between environment and tourism. We now have developed a sustainable tourism strategy where you can find two main pillars that have to do with this conversation. First, we are working for a greener tourism, what we call a greener tourism. That implies that we want infrastructures that will have a low emission level. Infrastructures mean that we are trying to improve the quality of the energy generation with renewable energies, but also to make possible the electrification of the mobility parks. This is very important for tourists because tourists also are looking for cleaner places. So mitigation in tourism, infrastructures that will not produce a high level of CO2 emissions is very important. The second thing is adaptation. And I was mentioning, it's important that we work for more resilient infrastructures. This is the most important thing. We need to have beaches that are resilient when the hurricanes come, when the floods come. We need to work in water sanitation because due to the increase of level sea, we are financing that the quality of water gets worse. So we need to really work on that too, sanitation, water, better infrastructures. So this is important for having a greener tourism, mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity. We need to work for tourism, a regenerative tourism, a tourism that is a catalyst of improving the quality of the environment. We need to make sure that every single tourism project has as a consequence the improvement of the beaches, the improvement of the environment, the improvement of all the surroundings. This is crucial. We are not talking only that tourism has not a negative impact, but that tourism has a positive impact on the quality of the environment. This is the reality where we want to be. So we are devoting resources to that. Of course, CAF provides loans. We are a bank, and we have provided loans last year up to $17 billion. But as I was mentioning, we want that the most important amount will go to adaptation. So we have some preparation facilities to make possible that we identify good projects related to environment and tourism and infrastructures. We have these preparation facilities are grants, non-reimbursable, and I would like to stress that we will be very happy to devote these resources to identify good projects. When I mention good projects, what I'm referring to, adaptation plans in the zonal codes, spatial planifications, coastal and marine, adaptation of deregulation, adaptation of the technical rules. Very important to work in the harbors, not only the tourist harbors, but also the small harbors, to work with people living there, to work with fishers. We need comprehensive plans to protect the tourist beaches with nature-based solutions. This means that we need to use the natural resources, the environment, to really make these beaches more resilient. Not only great infrastructure, which is good, but we want to have green infrastructures. This is very important, and we have resources and capacity, and we can provide capacity building for that. So, summarizing, what I would like to stress is that the best tourism is the tourism that increases the quality of the people's lives, but also the quality of the environment. The regenerative tourism means that tourism is a good catalyst for improving the environment, and CAF is providing resources for that. The alliances, the private public alliances, in this case, they are very important, so that's why I'm very grateful to be part of this panel with very important people working in the private sector, and we will be glad to keep working with you all to really find those projects that will improve tourism, but will improve above all the quality of the environment and the quality of the people's life. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm hoping my presentation can go up. So I am going to be giving a different perspective on the whole resilience in the tourism space. I'm a nature person, nature adventure, so I'm going to give you a little bit of that angle of it. And just give you some examples throughout. Are you able to get the presentation up? So, we'll go ahead without the presentation. Tourism, as we know, is not immune to the storms of life. From the pandemics to wars, from the relentless march of global warming to the economic upheavals, and now even less than objective information about travel to Jamaica. Our industry must constantly adapt, must find ways to pivot, to survive and to thrive. Isn't that how nature has survived? I want to share with you a story of resilience, of strength, drawn from the very heart of nature itself. The story intertwines with the beauty, albeit mystery, of the natural world, with our tourism world and the challenges we face. And more importantly, the unwavering spirit that propels us forward no matter what the odds are. The power of nature is the power of the very human spirit. So, in discussing infrastructure in tourism, I want to give a couple of examples. You know, when it comes to nature, there's a story, not a story, there's a fact. In Peru, in the Amazon, there are dolphins in fresh water. There's a lake called the Titicaca Lake. It's the highest navigable lake in the world. And that lake has sea creatures in it living in fresh water. Nature adapts. The basis on which these creatures ended up where they are is another story. But nature adapts, and that's how we survive. So the presentation is up, and I want to give an example of Pier 1. Anybody here knows Pier 1? You know Pier 1. A lot of people heard about the devastation about 10 days ago when the westerly came in and it hit the country. We haven't seen something like that in decades. Well, to show you Pier 1, these are the pictures of Pier 1, the day of the devastation. You'll see this, an idea of global warming in reality. It's real. And just like that, this is 2 days later, place was open, there was a party. And it was a hell of a party, by the way. So, just to tell you, 22 years ago, that same facility actually was completely knocked down by a hurricane. Robin, our JHTA president, and his family, my wife, who's sitting in the audience here, and their brother Jason, they can tell you, 22 years ago, that place got devastated, and it took a year to come back. This was 2 days. So it's about building the infrastructure that you need, building according to what you're expecting and how the place can be agile, just like nature is, and make the adjustments that are needed. Another thing that nature teaches us is biodiversity. Biodiversity, no single part of the ecosystem is going to bring down the whole. And just like that, in the tourism sector, we have also looked at how we diversify with the clients, what clients we have, the products, the countries. There are many operators here that are in multiple countries. It's all part of that diversity that's required. You know, again, going back to like what we just discussed at Pier 1, you know, there are revetment walls that are built in and around to protect the facilities, right? Those revetment walls, which are limestone, set up so that it actually allows and protects the facility, is all a part of building and strengthening the structures. But knowing that I have 2 minutes and we have the Gestapo back here, a little different than any other, I'm just going to close off with one thing. So I kind of spoke about nature and why we use the best of nature to help guide us with what we do. There's a term for it. It's called biophilic design. It's nature-inspired design. If we are able to follow a lot of what is that nature-inspired design, we are able to build in ways that are able to be resilient in nature. And I go back to just one last point, and I hear the bell now. In nature adventure, we find the best of nature, and we find a way to build around it so that we do not destroy it. But at the same time, you do need certain infrastructure. That infrastructure must take into account global warming and what is taking place going forward. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to wake you up here. Hopefully my presentation does come up. No. So while we wait on the presentation, in the role as president of the Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, I also took over that role just as COVID was getting into its height. So I guess I'm a COVID president. And that pandemic taught us a lot of lessons both from an individual point of view, but also from a private sector and public sector relationship. So for today's discussion around infrastructure, I wanted to share, let's see if we're ready to go. Yes? Yeah, all right. I wanted to just recap something because I thought which was important. This is the WTCC study that was done on the Caribbean economic impact, which CHTA worked with them on. And it looks at the potential for Caribbean tourism by 2032. This was done in 2022, so just while we're still in the pandemic. And it said to us that we had 2 times the potential of doubling our GDP, as well as employment growth of 1.34 million new jobs. There were some issues that we needed to address: air connectivity, greater investments in digital solutions, infrastructure, human capital, better crisis preparedness, focus on environmental protection, collaboration and coordination region-wide by government and industry. And these are the challenges we still face today. These are things that we must work towards leveraging our combined strength or combined talent and ensuring that we can overcome these challenges. The Caribbean was said to be the largest tourism-dependent region in the world, and the expectation was that we would be the last to come out of COVID, that this pandemic would impact us so seriously that we would not be able to recover. And we actually turned that around, and we were the first region to recover, the most resilient region, and that's not a fluke. I think the reason why we're such a resilient region is because we had training and real-world experiences in dealing with hurricanes, floods, and other sorts of crises. So it was kind of already built into our DNA. So we were able to really take on the challenges of the pandemic and move forward. And you can see that we are, in 2023, we had double-digit growth in our post-recovery period. So the Caribbean did very well. But what's coming down the pike? We're seeing that because the Caribbean did so well, there is tremendous amount of interest in investment within the region. That's a big build-out of new product. And we can see that we're up to, in terms of planning, in construction, and in final planning, somewhere in the region of 59,000 plus new rooms that are coming into the region over the next few years. So that's a major, major new infrastructure. This is coming in all different elements of accommodation, at the luxury end, upper upscale, upper mid-scale, economy, etc. So we're seeing build out in a big way. So what does that mean for us in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of planning for both governments, in terms of the private sector? There are some really significant issues that we must face, and it requires a comprehensive vision of tourism resilience and infrastructure. I think now is the time for us to take a step back and look at our current tourism plans, the shortfalls and the challenges, and look towards creating a comprehensive plan based on visioning and forecasting where we want to be as a region in terms of carrying capacity, types of tourism models, local sensibilities, and the impact of the total economy through linkages. The Caribbean tourism region has been very ad hoc in our development. A lot of what we have done has basically been more business coming to us, foreign direct investment, and then the region and the destination scurrying around to see how do we support this, and we have to be more strategic. Master planning has to become a definite part of what we do in terms of both stakeholder buy-in and cohesive planning and development. The issues that we need to address, not only just regional airlift, that's a big part because you can't swim to the Caribbean, you have to actually fly here, but how do we do with airport growth and expansion? Where do we put our airports? A lot of our airports are located literally on the seafront. And with climate change, we need to think about that. Do we need to relocate? Do we need to have inland airports? What are the things we need to focus on? Our road networks, our transportation systems. We're seeing a big influx of visitors. In the Caribbean in 2019, we are a population of roughly 19.5 million people. And we saw over 33 million visitors. So pretty much double our population size. As you see, the demand for the Caribbean is great. And so that means we're going to have even more visitors and we'll blow past those numbers, even though we're currently not back to full numbers. And that's both cruise and stopover when I mention that number. We have issues to do with labor market constraints. So we're getting a lot of investment, a lot of new accommodations, but like Jamaica, we're now at 4.2% unemployment. A lot of the Caribbean is not able to really have the kind of labor skills that are able. So we have to think about training, upskilling, reskilling, using technology not to replace, but to enhance our services, and allowing our team members to be ready to take on this challenge. So that's the people infrastructure that we have to pay attention to, not just the physical build out, the airports, the road networks. We also have to look at how do we build up our people capacity. We have to look at our zoning and our carrying capacity for best use. We have conflicts as to where things should happen, not just with tourism, but of course, we have other industries, other stakeholders, agriculture, manufacturing. Everybody's looking at our assets within the country and figuring what should we do. And that's where the master plan is important. Tourism is the driver of our economy. It really supports a lot of other industries. And it's important that all ministries, all industries are on the same page for a comprehensive development plan. We have energy and water constraints in terms of our infrastructure. And we have to look to see for persons who are developing tourism, how do they bring in renewable energy using reverse osmosis to bring down the demand on the local capacity and bring that capacity into the region. Housing for our workers, healthcare, coastal erosion, again, looking at setbacks. But in all of this and looking at all our infrastructure needs, we must maintain the natural beauty that the Caribbean is known for. So we have to be careful not to overbuild in our infrastructure desires to meet the demands of that 1.24 million jobs. So the vision for me, and I'm going to just sum it up here, is air connectivity is crucial. We must look at multi-destinational travel as a region and how we can use our various knowledge to give infrastructure developments throughout the region, using digital solutions for modern infrastructure, highly trained, certified, and skilled workforce with region-wide portability, offer authentic products that leverage our culture, our natural assets of the sun, sea, mountains, and rivers, be 100% embedded in our DNA, crisis preparedness, with partnerships for both regional and national bodies, environmental protection with our coral reef and Caribbean Sea in terms of biodiversity, working to build our local entrepreneurs, because that's a part of our infrastructure. We have to be able to give both supply and demand needs, building international brands, and generational wealth. And of course, continuous seamless collaboration with governments region-wide. I'm going to wrap it there, and of course, am I finished? We move on. Thank you.
had to ask how many minutes I had. All right. I have a slideshow. I don't know if it will work. Technology has been working against us. But let's dive right into it. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm probably the last speaker or penultimate speaker before lunch, so I'm going to move things right along. For a country like Jamaica, the heartbeat of our economy resonates in the realm of travel and tourism, and it is a lifeline for many small island states. And the economic benefits extend far beyond an airport's confines. It encompasses direct, indirect, and induced impacts. The impact of aviation on the travel and tourism industry is undeniably substantial for Jamaica. In the next few minutes, we will review the key challenges to overcome in achieving resilience in infrastructure. Firstly, we'd like to touch on climate change. And some 26 of the world's 39 small island states have their main international airports located directly on seafront land. And Jamaica is no exception. Airports need to be strategic in formulating strategies to address climate resilience. Consider Sangster International Airport, nestled just about 4 feet above mean sea level. The vulnerability is a shared reality for many airports in the Caribbean and small islands worldwide. For strategic and technical reasons, often lead to runways being built close to sea or near sea level. And our region faces extreme rainfall and sea level rise, typically linked to hurricanes, tropical storms, and depressions. We have the example of Hurricane Irma in 2017, a Category 5 storm that left its mark on the Eastern Caribbean islands. And as John mentioned, most recently, we had the cold front, which caused extensive damage in Ocho Rios, Montego Bay, Negril, amongst other locations in Jamaica. For us, what we undertook was a shoreline protection and coastal hazard assessment. This comprehensive assessment included aerial and bathymetric surveys, storm surge and wave studies, a shoreline classification exercise, and an ecological impact assessment. A risk assessment was crucial, particularly for storm surges, considering the economic value of the airport, identifying valuable assets to determine the maximum probable loss and average annualized loss for different return periods. What that resulted in was a revetment project. We adopted a design frequency with an occasional chance of failure, but a 25-year return period. And the design carefully considered the location of the runway and the obstacle limitation services, resulted in a 10-foot high revetment along the shoreline, and during the recent storm event, we were largely unaffected. Today, global and regional climate change models predict shifts in climate conditions that may amplify coastal hazards, especially for countries such as Jamaica. And given the long-lasting impacts, it's crucial for tourism infrastructure near coasts and sea line to conduct similar coastal hazard and protection studies. Another area to look at is airport infrastructure in resilience. And we talk about energy, we talk about water supply. One of the commitments of our airport is to achieve carbon neutrality. We have implemented 3 megawatts of solar energy. We're adding another 3, and also a battery energy storage system, crucial in enhancing resilience as it acts as a buffer for peak demand periods, storing excess energy generated by solar panels, which can be deployed when there's high demand or grid instability. Also, cybersecurity mentioned earlier, but just briefly to say, it's something that we cannot ignore. Incidents of cybersecurity can have consequences on businesses and can cripple key infrastructure. The need for resilience in this area against cyber attacks is not theoretical. It's a matter of financial stability, operational continuity, and safeguarding trusts. The other important aspect is disaster and emergency response. How will we respond to an unknown event in the future? MBJ regularly conducts full-scale emergency exercises, not just to test our own level of preparation, but to test the capabilities of other agencies, the JCF, the JDF, the Ministry of Health, the hospital system. How are they able to respond and handle to emergencies that we may face in the future? Some things for us to consider are whether we are ready for COVID 2.0, or are we also ready for the next threat of a global event? Is there resiliency in our passenger mix? And diversifying flight routes is not just a strategic move, it must be a data-driven imperative for ensuring resilience for global uncertainties. My last slide on strategy, and each organization in the industry needs to have a clear strategy for building resilience. That entails developing a comprehensive business continuity plan. We must not only anticipate the traditional risks, but also confront the emerging challenges posed by pandemics, climate change, rising sea levels, natural disasters, and cybersecurity. In essence, we should not just be planning for today's challenges, but rather future-proofing our infrastructure. This isn't merely about bouncing back from adversity. It's about thriving in the face of uncertainty. As we continue on this journey, our focus should not be just about creating resilient tourism infrastructure of today, but setting new global standards for excellence in resilience and being able to anticipate the unknown risks of the future. Thank you.
All right, apparently we're going to try this again. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wade Mars, head of the Tourism Product Development Company, known as the TPDCO. My father used to say to me that knowledge is what remains after all the books are gone. He, of course, was born in 1948. And that's what he was told when he was maybe in his 20s or teenage years. But I'm going to have to adjust that. It's what remains after our computer screens go blank. When we think about the word resilience, Jamaica's tourism product stands tall. Just in terms of how we have rebounded from different setbacks, whether it's the pandemic, whether it's hurricanes, different natural events and occurrences, right? Our ability to rebound and adjust is definitely phenomenal. In terms of TPDCO's role in that industry, we are responsible for the development and the diversification and improvement of the tourism product. In order to achieve this mandate, resilience and sustainability are critical elements of the equation. What's our role in resilience? So, we're in charge, of course, streamlining the licensing process, establishing destination management systems, improving destination level visitor safety and security, resilience and sustainability, and of course, developing automated systems that allow ministries, departments, and agencies to share information. So in terms of tourism infrastructure, we are looking at a broader definition of infrastructure. We include not only the built environment, the natural ecological environment, but we also include the human resource as part of the infrastructure that we refer to from our perspective, right? Which leads into destination assurance for us, because overall that is what we are trying to assure, a particular quality and standard that the guests will encounter whenever they come to the island. So in order to do that, we're looking on increasing the experiences that the tourists encounter, apart from the quality, the increased number of experiences, and then also we have safety and security monitoring. It makes no sense that you come, you enjoy, but yet still you don't feel safe. And of course, we look at also anti-harassment monitoring and engagement. And just to say something about harassment, what one person views as harassment, the local may just think they're just trying to make a sale, get a buck, so to speak. So some
Hello.
Are you? Yes, it's back up. Whoa. So when people realize that the sort of activity that they engage in isn't desirable to the prospective customer, then they adjust that behavior in order to ensure getting a sale. All right, so speaking of other sustainability, land sustainability, right? We've established our destination stewardship standards and toolkits, and really this is part of our increased focus on tourism, ecotourism. So yesterday I had the pleasure of attending the launch of this a partnership between Iberostar and Grange Hill Fishers Association, where they established a fish sanctuary right in front of the Iberostar Hotel, their waterfront, extending a few miles out. And what Iberostar did, apart from establish the fish sanctuary, they provided the Grange Hill fishers with boats, so they would be able to, of course, go further out to sea to engage in fishing. Now, these sort of partnerships, even though it's one hotel, one group of fishers, these sort of partnerships over time, as we build more and more of them, enable or enhance the sustainability of the tourism product. Of course, without the fish, the reefs are challenged, and without the reefs, the beaches are going. So we also look at, of course, recycling and the capacity building. Now, just to speak just a little bit about capacity building, as I get the wrap-up signal. Capacity in terms of our human capacity is very important, and it ranges. When we do training, for example, in some instances we are doing training with people who, for whatever reason, don't have anything apart from their birth certificate. They don't have a school leaving certificate, they don't have a secondary education, no tertiary education. So we have to tailor our training programs that build these people up from the ground, explain to them what their role is in the industry, because they are an essential part of the product, and then use that training to energize them to help to develop the growth of the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Come on, let's hear it one more time for the panelists. I have a few questions I'd like to ask, and I'm going to start with Alicia. How can international organizations foster collaboration between governments, the private sector, and civil society to achieve the sustainable development goals related to tourism infrastructure and sustainable development? How can international organizations foster collaboration between governments, the private sector, and civil society to achieve the sustainable development goals related to tourism infrastructure and sustainable development? And you're given 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I think this is a great question because this is part of our role to really create alliances and to make possible that all the actors are involved. I think that this is an important thing. Until recently, tourism was not in the agenda of multilateral development banks. And recently, we have this sector as one of the main sectors that can create value, economic value, social value, and environmental value. So that's why we are now working very much to identify the different components, the green components, infrastructure and equipment, connectivity. I have not mentioned that, but this is very important, and we have seen that in the panel. And also the social impact, the diversity is very important. So we consider that the tourism sector really gathers many questions that are at the core of our agenda, and we are working for that. We are devoting resources to improve the infrastructures, the connectivity, the route material of the tourists, but also to create capacity building for people like these students. So we consider that our role, the role of international institutions, is key, but particularly the role of Multilateral Development Bank as CAF. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Alicia. Nicola, what initiatives or campaigns can be undertaken to raise awareness, as you sit on the CHTA, about the importance of resilient tourism infrastructure among stakeholders and the public?
Well, it's something that we have been doing, Omar. So we have, through the CHTA, worked very in close partnership with CARFO, with CTO, and other regional organizations, and we have our campaign called Tourism is Key. We do training and development, we do workshops, we ensure that we get the message out to the length and breadth, as well as we work in partnerships with institutions such as the UWI. We are now just signed an MOU with Caribbean Maritime University, and we are continuing to ensure that we embed the whole tourism experience from the ground up. So working in the schools, working in the actual organizations themselves, through our national hotel and tourism associations. We have over 30 countries who are members of CHTA and over 700 individual members. So it is very much a part of what we do. We spend a lot of time and energy putting out white papers and press releases to ensure that the whole aspect of tourism and resilience come through. We recently, through a partnership with the Nature Conservancy, produced the manual on coral reef restoration and preservation management, because again, these are important tools and skills that we have to get to our members, because there's not everybody can afford to do that level of research. So CHTA, through partnerships with all the multilaterals, the OAS, the IAD, and we soon have a partnership with CAF as we sit here. We continue to produce manuals, produce best practices, so that even the smallest player within the industry can have that toolkit accessible to them and don't have to spend big money trying to achieve the knowledge with a knowledge sharing, benchmarking. And through COVID, we did that very successfully because we worked with our large hotel players, we worked with our attractions, and we created a best practices manual that was circulated to every single solitary member.
Wonderful.
Over 10,000 persons were trained on it. So yes, we continue to do that work.
Thank you, Nicola. That's especially important, you know, as you work with the smaller players who do not have the resources. So thank you. Well, great initiative by the CHDA. For Shane, what measures are being taken to enhance the safety and security of visitors or passengers through airport infrastructure management? What measures are being taken to enhance the safety and security of visitors or passengers through airport infrastructure management?
Okay. All right. Well, I'd perhaps focus on technology. There is quite a lot of work in the industry to use technology not only for facilitation but to improve security. The technology now exists that we can improve the screening of passengers on the outbound process. Is now moving to in the direction where you will no longer, for example, have to take your laptop out of your bag. You know, you can leave the contents in your carry-on when you are being screened, and that's the general direction where we are going as well. Biometrics is also a big element of it. It's a safety-focused technology first and foremost, but of course it offers benefits for the passenger in terms of able to move through the process faster. We're seeing that now, for example, even at our airport on arrivals, where biometric technology is in full use. There are e-gates there for passengers who are arriving. They are enrolled and go through e-gates. The same thing is going to happen shortly on the outbound. So there is the opportunity for the industry to have technology, to utilize it for enhancing safety and enhancing security.
Thank you very much, Shane. And I've experienced the e-gates, very, very modern and forward-thinking. So congratulations to you and your team at MBJ. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for joining us this afternoon, for this session. We're going to be breaking. Let me hear it one more time for our panelists. Thank you. We're going to be breaking now for lunch, and you know, if we can do a quick lunch and we get back here. What time is it? What time are we meeting back? In another 45 minutes? Yes. So in 45 minutes, we can meet back here for the afternoon sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Succulent dishes, superior workmanship, and excellent service. Jamaica is on the go. Let's grow what we eat and eat what we grow. Let's harness the indomitable spirit of our most valued resource, our people. Let's support our local businesses. After all, buying Jamaican means building Jamaica.
If you no want pop down and fenke, you fi burn mosquito and run with dengue. So no make water settle in open container. For them to read up under the danger. Usher them out, run them away. Slap them with the zapper and down them with spray. Use mosquito net and mosquito screen. Protect your household, now make them come in. If you no want pop down and fenke, you fi burn mosquito and run with dengue.
A message from the Ministry of Health.
It's Friday, February 16. In the headlines, government considering direct elected mayors. Bob Marley One Love movie grosses millions on opening day. In business news, Trans Jamaican Highway Limited and others reports increase in revenue. Regionally, Grenada and Ghana signs visa waiver. And in sports, JFF awaiting word from FIFA to set presidential election date. This is the weekend news on PBC Jamaica. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. Jamaica's national budget is now firmly in the $1 trillion range, with total expenditure and payments for fiscal year 2024-2025 estimated at $1.3 trillion. Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Dr. Nigel Clark, made that disclosure while tabling the 2024-2025 estimates of expenditure in the House of Representatives on Thursday.
This is to be financed by revenue and grant receipts of $1 trillion and loan and other financing of $0.3 trillion.
Dr. Clark explained that the revenue expenditure profile program generates a targeted positive fiscal balance of 0.3% of GDP.
Contributing to the $1.3 trillion expenditure profile are non-debt recurrent expenditure of $769.9 billion, capital expenditure of $80 billion, and debt service of $491.2 billion. Non-debt recurrent expenditure includes allocation for recurrent program expenses at $327.8 billion, as well as compensation expenses at $442 billion.
More than 12,000 viewers tuned in to watch PBCJ's live coverage of the local government election debate on Thursday. Political representatives from both sides admitted that they would support more directly elected mayors. Thursday night's debate was focused on local government policies and how these impact Jamaicans, in particular, whether the current system is fit for purpose or in need for re-engineering. One aspect is the election of mayors. Noting relative decisions made in its past administration, shadow spokesperson on local government Natalie Nita Garvey said the party has been serious about replicating this across other municipal corporations.
We believe in the directly elected mayor, and if we had not lost in 2007, that process would have continued. The truth is, at the end of the day, it is something that we are going to be continuing because we understand the importance of giving the citizen his voice and being able to directly elect their own mayor to serve their own mission.
Jamaica Labour Party's councillor candidate for the Papine Division, Venetia Phillips, said while she's not against that process, she noted the system under which Portmore elects its mayor has not worked.
As we said, we're not averse, but we, of course, intend to engage with the people, follow up with the action that is affirmative and representative of the views of the people.
The matter of how to get more Jamaicans to participate in elections also came up.
In the case where 60% of the population abstains from voting, as seen in previous elections, would you interpret this as a collective rejection of both the PNP and the JLP? And how do you plan to remedy it?
all municipalities under PNP administration come post February 26 will ensure that the people, the citizen, remains or returns to the center of this process. We have done it before. We will do it again.
I think it's your message to us as political representatives on either side of the aisle that you are fed up with low performance. You are fed up sometimes with the lack of accountability. So we understand that apathy is real. It's real the world over. So how do we plan to remedy that? The Jamaica Labour Party is committed to ensuring that we regain and sustain your trust through performance, through engagement, through communication.
Governor General, His Excellency Sir Patrick Allen, says the government intends to continue its thrust to improve road infrastructure. Noting the recent highway and parochial road improvements, he explains in his throne speech at the ceremonial opening of Parliament that there is more to come in this financial year.
Under the Special Capital Expenditure Program, construction of the first road project, Grange Lane, commenced in December 2023. The feasibility studies for the Brayton-Hellshire Road and the East Kings House, Lady Musgrave Road projects have been completed and are now undergoing evaluation.
He says plans are in place for the new entry to Portmore from the Mandela Highway via Municipal Boulevard.
Widening of Sandy Gully Bridge on Washington Boulevard and upgrade to the Arthur Wint, Tom Redcombe Drive and Camp Road will undergo public investment management systems review and commence construction in the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
The Governor General adds that Jamaicans are expected to see a $40 billion shared prosperity through accelerated improvement to the road network program, SPARK.
Approximately $150 million is to be located to each constituency for roadworks, with additional allocations to be determined based on mileage and an assessment of the condition of the road network.
Governor General His Excellency Sir Patrick Allen says the government is continuing its march towards a peaceful, productive and prosperous Jamaica. Citing the benefits of a national ID program, he notes that post offices are being renovated to be used as access points across the island.
Design work for 23 post offices renovation has been completed, and contracts have been approved for 12 post offices modifications.
On the matter of developing resilience, he explains how the government is implementing related policies.
The National Natural Disaster Risk Financing Policy, which was approved through Parliament, will guide disaster risk management and financing to ensure adequate financial resources for relief, recovery, and reconstruction. In 2024, the government will further strengthen financial sector regulations and key legislation, including, 1, the Custom Act, which, having gone through a joint select committee, is expected to be taken shortly.
Through recommendations made by the Jamaica Education Transformation Commission, the government of Jamaica continues to make progress in transforming the education sector. Some of the progress were mentioned on Thursday during the opening of the 2024-2025 parliamentary year. Denita Rodney tells us more.
The government is currently implementing the recommendations of the Jamaica Education Transformation Commission, the JETC, recognizing that this will be a multi-year, wide-ranging transformation exercise which should enable the success of every learner.
That was Governor General His Excellency Sir Patrick Allen while he was delivering his throne speech to those present at the opening of the 2024-25 parliamentary year at Gordon House on Thursday. The Governor General said continued success is possible through dialogue and partnership.
Dialogue, partnerships, and feedback are essential to the success of this process, and the Transforming Education for National Development Trend Initiative, to include a robust communication campaign, was launched with the tagline, "For a Brighter Tomorrow."
Sir Allen also made mention of possible changes to legislation.
Significant changes to include some high-impact legislations, namely the Jamaica Teaching Council Bill, the amendments to the Education Act and regulations, and the Overseas Examination Commission Amendment Bill.
Launched in 2020, JETC was mandated to review and assess Jamaica's education system, including its structure, operation, and processes, and to recommend an action plan for change, and since then, changes have been made across the island. Reporting for the news on PBCJ, I'm Danita Rodney.
Jam World Entertainment Complex in Portmore, St. Catherine is being renovated to become Jamaica's first 24-hour entertainment zone. Governor General His Excellency Sir Patrick Allen made the announcement during the throne speech on Thursday at the ceremonial opening of Parliament.
The Jam World Entertainment Complex is being renovated for the facility to be the first 24-hour entertainment zone to address the need for designated entertainment areas.
Paramount's Bob Marley One Love movie's first day in cinema was bigger than projected. Its February 14 opening earned $14 million. According to IMDb.com, it's the best Valentine midweek take ever. The online database Entertainment Hub says audiences loved it more than critics, with an A cinema score and 5 stars on Screen Engine ComScore's post-track. Paramount's promotion of the film has been ongoing since last year, with teasers and a local premiere with the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Harry and Meghan, in attendance. This week, they refurbished the iconic Ferris wheel in the vicinity of the Eiffel Tower in France. Time now for the Business Report with Denise Williams.
Good day, everyone, and thank you for joining us on the Business Report. I'm Denise Williams, your guide through the latest happenings in the world of business. Trans-Jamaican Highway Limited, for the year ended December 31, 2023, reported a 16% increase in revenue to US $75.20 million relative to US $65.01 million in the corresponding period last year. The increase in revenue was due to greater levels of traffic over the previous year, in addition to movements in the toll tariff, which is reviewed annually. For the year ended December 31, 2023, net profit of US $23.86 million relative to a net loss of US $0.71 million was reported in 2022. The Proven Group Limited for the 9 months ended December 31, 2023, reported an 18% increase in net interest income totaling US $13.31 million compared to US $11.28 million in the corresponding period last year. Management noted the uptrend in global interest rates in the first 2 quarters of the financial year, coupled with growth in the core credit portfolio, have jointly contributed to widening spread income across the banking subsidiaries of the group. Net profit attributable to shareholders for the 9 months ended December 31, 2023 amounted to US $17.95 million, a 447% increase relative to the US $328 million that Proven reported in 2022. MFS Capital Partners Limited for the 6 months ended December 31, 2023 reported a 98% decrease in revenue, totaling $360,600, compared to the $14.59 million in the corresponding period last year. Administrative expenses increased by 113% from $10.55 million in 2022 to $22.53 million in the period under review. Consequently, net loss for the 6 months ended December 31, 2023 was $17.63 million. This compares to the 2022 outrun of a net profit of $5.88 million for MFS. Jamaica Teas Limited, for the first quarter ended December 31, 2023, reported a 26% increase in operating revenues, totaling $840.03 million, compared to $665.64 million in the corresponding 3 months last year. Investment income amounted to $54.94 million, while other income decreased by 46% to close at $355,000. Sales and marketing costs increased by 31% from $15.8 million in 2022 to $20.66 million for the first 3 months. Administrative expenses for the first quarter amounted to $104.60 million, a 32% increase relative to the $79.39 million reported in 2022. Profits to shareholders for Jam Teas for the 3 months amounted to $47.4 million, a 72% improvement from the $27.57 million reported in 2022. During trading on February 15, 2024, the top advancing stocks covered the real estate, investments, and construction sectors on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. 138 Student Living Jamaica Limited Variable Preference Shares advanced 1.29% for a $2.76 price increase to close at $217, with 5 shares traded. Burita Investments Limited shares advanced 1.28% for a 90-cent price jump to close at $71.25, with 807 shares traded. Caribbean Cement Company shares advanced 0.16% for a 9-cent jump to close at $55.15, with 1,617 shares traded. On the declining stocks that traders experienced on February 15, 2024, the top 3 losers covered the real estate, distribution, and construction sectors on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. 138 Student Living Jamaica declined by 2.96% for a 12-cent decline to close at $3.93, with 1,751 shares traded. A.S. Bryden & Sons Holdings Limited declined by 0.71% to shave 30 cents off its price to close at $41.70, with 142 shares traded. Berger Paints Jamaica Limited declined by 0.8% to close at $6.20, with 383 shares traded. Trading activity on the first-tier market of the Trinidad and Tobago stock market for February 15, 2024 registered a volume of 600,000 shares crossing the floor of the exchange, valued at $2,944,000 TT dollars. Massey Holdings Limited was the volume leader with 475,962 shares changing hands for a value of $2,048,000 TT dollars, followed by NCB Financial Group Limited with a volume of 90,000 shares being traded at $274,500 TT dollars. Moving from the money moves of investors, executives, and companies, we turn to the Forex market. On February 15, 2024, the Bank of Jamaica reported that US $23.5 million was bought from Forex traders, while US $12.5 million was sold to Forex traders. Buying directly from the Bank of Jamaica, foreign currency traders sold the US dollar for $157.72, and bought the US dollar for $154.99. The difference between the buy and sell rate was $2.73, which represents a profit for Forex traders for every US dollar traded. Canadian Forex traders earned a trading profit of $9.56 from transactions with the Bank of Jamaica. The Canadian dollar was sold at $109.68 and bought for $119.24. For traders looking at the British pound, they pocketed a profit of $10, selling it for $201.45 and buying it for $191.45. For our credit report tip of the day, improving a low credit score requires discipline and persistence. It involves adhering to a strict budget, prioritizing debt repayment, and resisting the temptation of frivolous spending. By cultivating these habits, individuals not only improve their credit worthiness, but lay the groundwork for long-term financial success. And with that, we wrap up today's business report. I'm Denise Williams. Appreciate your company. Stay well informed, stay ahead of the curve. Until our next update, take care.
In regional news, in Grenada, a visa waiver is part of a memoranda of understanding signed by Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell and the President of the Republic of Ghana. More from GBN News.
Grenadians and Ghanaians can soon enjoy visa-free travel between the two nations following the recent signing of 3 Memoranda of Understanding, or MOUs, by Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell and the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. The visa waiver agreement exempts all citizens of Grenada and Ghana from visa requirements to enter, stay in, transit through, and depart both countries. The visa is valid for a period not exceeding 30 days in any 180 days from the date of first entry. The two parties signed on to further commitments on matters of culture, trade, and education in a bid to enhance the existing ties between them. Some of the initiatives may include cultural and educational exchange programs, business and investment forums, and knowledge-sharing platforms within the Afro-Caribbean brand. The MOUs were signed at the Silver Sands Hotel hours before the military parade for Grenada's 50th anniversary of independence celebrations at the National Cricket Stadium on Independence Day, at which the President was the guest of honor. The President's visit, which marked the first visit by an African president since 1980, also included his attendance at the joint sitting of Parliament on February 6th. He was leading a high-level delegation, which also included his Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, Shirley Ayoka Botchwe. Reporting for GBN News, Beverly Tellisford.
In Guyana, addressing the recent strike action, Vice President Dr. Brat Jagdeo said the government is spending more on salaries and wages for teachers, especially with thousands more hired and with higher qualifications. He pointed out that the government was spending $15 billion more on salaries to teachers, a more than 60% increase.
So that's a $15 billion increase from 24.4 to 39.4 billion on wages and salaries for teachers. That's a 61.4% increase in allocation for wages and salaries for teachers. Now you would see the across-the-board figure is lower than that. And why is this so? Because we have hired more teachers and we have adjusted the graduate levels significantly. If you check any of the reports from the period when we were in opposition, you'd never see me advocate for a specific percentage. You will see that I urge them to meet. And my point was, if you could find money to pay a 50% increase for ministers the 3 weeks after you get into office, then you can find money for the teachers. That is what I was saying. If you could find money for ministers. They found money not only for a 50% increase for ministers, but then they went on to change the per diem policy. They went on to change the policies where ministers would have security and several drivers and personal assistants of several of those. They went on to spend more on insurance, health insurance for ministers and their families. I said, if you can do all of these things for the ministers, why can't you find more resources for the teachers?
In St. Kitts and Nevis, Prime Minister Dr. Terence Drew says legislative amendments are being written to send the message that the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is not open to human trafficking.
The Prime Minister briefly updated the country on the status of the two groups of nationals who were rescued from sinking boats off the east coast of St. Kitts when he addressed the matter in a 13th February cabinet press conference. According to the Prime Minister, the legislative tightening is to dispel the notion that the state is easy on accepting persons being illegally transported into our territorial waters.
Where the decision is based on the situation in Haiti, and we are still going through the refugee status with the UN, it takes some time. But as you can see, the situation in Haiti continues to deteriorate. And it would be, where we would have to send them back, we would have to ask, would their lives be in danger? These are the kind of questions asked before you send back people. However, based on what the AG said today in terms of human trafficking, St. Kitts is not open to human trafficking. And that is why we are going to the Parliament to stiffen the laws. So nobody have any ideas that you go to St. Kitts because of how we may have treated humanely others. That is the type of people we are. That is the type of country that we have. But to say that that is the status with the Haitians presently, that they are within their communities and going through the UN refugee status program. And the Cameroonians, to say again, most have gone, few are here. And the few that are here, they are employed and also going through process.
The Prime Minister indicated that most of the rescued Cameroonians have left the island, with just a few remaining on the United Nations refugee program. He said they were employed while their status is being processed. Glenn Bart reporting for SK Newsline.
In sports, Jamaica's Football Federation JFF president candidate Raymond Anderson says his team is ready and waiting for an election date. The presidential election had been scheduled for January 14, 2024, but was postponed due to an injunction granted by the Supreme Court following an appeal made on behalf of Beach Soccer Jamaica to become registered with the company's Office of Jamaica, the COJ. The COJ registration would allow those parties' ratification to become delegates ahead of the much-anticipated election. The Supreme Court denied the application for the continuation of the temporary injunction on February 9, paving the way for the election. However, the JFF is also awaiting the go-ahead from the world governing body, FIFA, after they intervened and requested all documents surrounding the court case. And that's it for the news on PBCJ. You can follow us on our social media platforms at PBCJamaica. Thank you so much for watching.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. Petrojan, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie. The Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Jamaica Debate Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
In case of an earthquake and the place starts shaking, drop, cover, and hold on. Drop, cover, and hold on. In case of an earthquake,
there's a few tips that can keep you from harm. In case of an earthquake, you gotta stay calm. Move away from doors, windows, and things that can fall. Try not to use steps or elevators at all.
drop, protect your head on your face. Don't go running all over the place. Cover, under a bed or a table, against a wall that's firm and stable.
Hold on,
you must hold on, don't panic, stay calm.
Don't move until the shaking stops.
Here it is.
Drop, cover, and hold on.
Drop, cover, and hold on. In case of an earthquake.
Drop, cover, and hold on.
Learn how to protect yourself during an earthquake. Log on to weready.org. That's weready.org for more information.
Next time on Protecting Jamaica's Own, the Holland Bay Crocodile Sanctuary.
The state has decided to channel assistance from the western and eastern parts of China to help Xihaigu in our fight against poverty. The people of Fujian and Ningxia will be working closely.
My name is Mato Fu. I was the one who got them to leave the mountains. I promised them a better life. I really have my work cut out for me. He ate the animals that were meant for poverty alleviation.
You dare to say that? You did not eat the pearl chicken?
No one can eat that. It's not meant for food. I've encountered one obstacle after another.
You silly boy.
We'll have a meeting tomorrow.
Get lost.
One fiasco after another. I want the electrical grid to start working, but it simply can't be done. The issues are never ending. Comrade Chen, do you think you could loosen your grip for a bit?
I am sorry. Pardon me, I'm afraid I would fall down. Excess manpower from Mining Village will be exported to Fujian. Do all of you understand what I am saying?
Not really.
My Meow, I will support you if you really wish to go.
We will endure the hardships and enjoy the fruits of our labor in the future.
Let's welcome the female workers from Haiti.
What is wrong with relocating if we cannot have a good life here?
I'm sick of eating potatoes. I want to venture out! Ah! There's a sandstorm!
We can't do anything as these mushrooms decay.
Where are my bras? Where did you hide them? All of you are just plain dumb.
All of you can stop work at the assembly line with immediate effect. We must hone our skills, pass the test, and secure high wages. My meow!
You have established a resettlement zone on the wasteland in the Gobi Desert. All of you are outstanding. Were you ever in the army?
I was.
So charge forward.
I, Ling Yino, will not disgrace the people of Fujian.
I really hope that the people can settle down here happily and enjoy affluent lives someday.
This day has arrived.
The future has arrived.
Cheers to our future. 1, 2, 3. Cheers.
With Minato, you can learn Japanese anytime, anywhere, for free. JF Japanese e-learning, Minato.
Welcome to Get the Facts, the program that provides you with information on government's policies and initiatives. I'm Theodore Henry. Shopping, bill payment, banking, communication, and accessing and sharing information are a few of the everyday transactions we do online. It's very convenient. But as we embrace and adapt to doing business or personal things digitally, we must apply great care to protect ourselves. To help us navigate this space is cybersecurity and information technology consultant Christopher Record. Welcome to the program, Mr. Record.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's jump right into getting the facts.
Yes.
More and more people and businesses are doing almost everything online.
We'll have to.
And then at an interview like this comes up and says, hey, you got to be careful online. And people are like, well, that's why I don't do anything online.
Yes,
It seems dangerous. Yeah. What's the real message that we're trying to put out here about cybersecurity?
Well, we're trying to ensure that the user, the consumer, that person understands, is that you have to understand the world that you're involved in. You're using a digital tool to connect to a business that you're planning to buy a product or service from. And in doing that, there's money going to be transacted. And guess what? Somebody out there wants that money.
Right.
And you have to just understand the ecosystem that you're playing in to ensure that your money gets to the product provider that you wanted to get it to, and then you get your product. In simplicity, that's what we're trying to ensure that happens, and that you're happy and they're happy. Now, as I said, there's a lot of people in the middle that want to steal your money from you, or in terms of a business, they want to steal information from that business that will potentially profit them. So all for folks who are in my line of work, all of the cybersecurity professionals out there, all of the IT advisors out there, we're trying to help individuals and also businesses to just understand what they need to implement, install, set up to get that one-on-one relationship or that one-to-many relationship happening with a product and a service, getting to the right person.
So we're not fear-mongering today.
Exactly, which is kind of why I said it the way I said it. There's not no bashing anybody over the head, because we have, Jamaica may be a little bit late to the, to the arena in terms of digital, but at the end of the day, everything is going digital, and whoever wants to speak negatively about that is the reality of the world. Right? We're going digital. Folks want things to happen quicker. They want it to happen more seamlessly. They want to be more inclusive. But all of these things, digital is one of the underlying, infrastructural foundations required to make it all happen.
You've spoken a lot about e-commerce, and there are people watching and listening who might be like, okay, well, I don't buy anything necessarily online, or I don't sell anything online, but they use their emails.
Exactly.
So are there some transactions that are more dangerous than others? Give us a picture of the playing field.
So as I said, at a high level, what people are trying to do is either steal your money or steal your information. So if you think you're not digital, and you use email, well, you kind of have to understand that the email is digital, and you are sending back and forth information that is meaningful to you.
Right.
So you may not be using a credit card online, but you may be sending an email to someone to deposit money in your account, or to transfer money from this account to that. So that information is there. If there is malware, malicious software on your computer, which allows someone else to see that transaction apart from just you and the intended recipient, and they're watching all of that. The instant that you then, so for example, this happens regularly. Give you a story, give you a scenario. Real estate agent is selling your house on your behalf. Right? The house is sold. Nobody's using a credit card for anything.
Right.
The house is sold. There is confirmation now that, hey, deposit this amount of money here, such and such and such. So
account numbers
so Theo sends out, hey, real estate agent, fantastic. That was a quick transaction, love it.
Right.
Here's where to deposit the money, such and such and such. Now, that man in the middle, that's someone who's just watching all of this, makes a change, sends something new to the agent that you don't see, and the agent is saying, okay, confirming, that person confirms, not you, right? And then all of a sudden, you know, a week later, maybe 2-3 days later, like, dude,
what happened?
Where's the money?
Right.
And then the person said, what? You told me to change. So,
Yeah.
No, there's no credit card or no nothing. But because we're using digital communication, someone was able to spy on that digital communication. So again, how do you prevent that? The instant that I am communicating with my bank, a friend, or anything about, you know, let's say, Chris, send me the information, the details. I can't remember everything you're telling me. So whether you're going to send a WhatsApp, which is supposed to have point-to-point encryption, or you just send information, call them, here's what I sent, did you receive it? Yes.
Okay.
So a basic adding in that phone call can save millions, right? Check, is it, and you go over it together, fine. Yes, that's the right account number. Do not send it to anything else unless we speak again.
Right.
So from it, establish that, you know, so that's a basic example.
All right. So, well, you just underlined the man in the middle attack a while ago, and I'm very curious what other, especially in the Christmas season, there are a lot of shopping and transactions happening. What other trends are you seeing? Talk to us about the fraudulent trends, but also the complacency that you might be seeing.
Let's talk about complacency in a second. The fraudulent trends are this, and we've seen a bunch, not only connected to Christmas only, because we recently saw somebody, our group, opportunistically jumping into offering a service with the passport. Situation.
Right.
All of a sudden, started hearing, oh, the passport office website is hacked. No, it wasn't hacked. The passport office sends out, this is the actual email website. It is published everywhere. But some of us are lazy. We just search online and say website, application, or whatever. Guess what? The bad actors, let's use that term, understand that we are lazy and we're going to do that. So they say, you know what? They understand how the search engine algorithms work. So let me put something that looks like it and use all the right words. And then they're going to present you with another site that is relatively close, and you're going to click on that without checking the authorities first or going to the main government sites to check what really and truly you should be clicking on. So that's another one that happens. In other words, scam sites. So that only happens, not only happens in that scenario, but a lot of fake accounts that are set up on various social media channels. So you see a lot of people offering some too good to be true offers, you know, Christmas specials around this. And you look at something, you know that sneakers normally cost $150 US, right? And this person offering it for $50. Come on, man. If it's too good to be true,
think about it
usually
twice.
It is. Think about it twice and make sure you go to the legitimate website. I mean, I don't want to say something negatively about some of our people because a lot of us are always looking for deals. I mean, I look for a deal. I mean, you know, I'm a wine guy. Sometimes somebody call me, hey, Chris, this person's selling out a case of wine. And you just say, really, who's that? That person's not in the wine business. I have to call the legitimate people to find out, double check.
Right.
And Chris don't know about that. We never sold that person. That person's not a distributor acting on our behalf. So, all right, thank you very much. It was too good to be true.
Right. And this applies especially to something that I've seen over and over, gotten a few of them myself. Emails or text messages, your bank account is
so that's
about
a whole,
to expire.
Exactly.
Click this link.
So there's a confidence trick giving you some information that appears to be coming from a legitimate site. You look at it, it seems legitimate to you, then you click and then bad things happen. Again, in a scenario like that, the banks keep on telling us, we do not send out email to do these sort of things. Do not click on any email that comes from anybody like that. Sadly, you know, we have all age groups in our society, and you know, we have grandparents and great-grandparents, some of us, and the fact of the matter is that those folks are not checking anything, you know. This is the tool that they use to keep in touch with their family members, and they just read and they just click and they just believe everything that comes in this thing is true. Again, verification.
Indeed. We're going to go to a break right now, but we are going to talk about the consequences of this sort of action, both at the personal level and the business level. Please, don't go there.
of how Jamaican adolescents use social media. What do they do online? What do they post? Do you know if they are being harassed? These are questions you should be asking yourself because it is your duty to keep your children safe online. Parents, here's what you need to do. Be active online and offline. Help your child to set up his or her online profile. Make sure you familiarize yourself with the different social media applications that they use and set some rules. Protect our nation's children and save them from cybercriminal attacks.
Welcome back to Get the Facts. Thanks for staying with us. We're discussing how to stay safe online with cybersecurity and information technology consultant Christopher Record. So Record, we were talking about some of the things that we're seeing happening out there, and they're wide and varied. Very creative actors we have.
For sure.
But let's talk consequences. And we've spoken a lot about personal transactions. Let's talk businesses.
Yeah, so on the business side, what's happening there, again, it all comes down to money. Mm-hmm. Criminals want the money. Now, we're getting some more sophisticated criminals that want information, because that information is valuable to them in many, many, many different ways. Consequences are huge. A lot of us out there who are in the cybersecurity space been advising businesses for the last 20, 15 years around protection and processes. They somehow, because of whether it's budgetary constraints, whether it's whatever reasons that come from within the organization,
nothing has happened yet.
They have not had that experience yet, and so they don't see why we're spending all this money. Why we need to buy this new AI-based software? Why we need to do all this thing? We haven't had any issues. Hey, nobody wants our information. Oh, we're a small businessman. What our information, man? It all matters because ultimately, as I said, it's around getting the cash or getting some money. No. When your information is meaningful to you, and then they do something, they put some sort of malicious software in your organization that encrypts your information and you can't get it. Somebody in the company clicked on a bad link because in the email, I thought it was coming from my boss. Some business email compromise. I thought it was coming from a legitimate source. Or when I clicked and I did what I was told to do, then all of a sudden the entire set of data in my organization becomes encrypted, and we, the company, can't use it.
Not mine.
Enough of that, right?
Not mine. The organizations.
Organizations, the entire company, and all sorts of bad things. Let's just call it that. Bad things happen within the company after that, because they can't use the email systems, the systems that they were using for business transactions in terms of their accounting software. All of those things are now, useless for a period of time until they fix it. That costs a lot more than making the investment to listen to the advice of cybersecurity experts early and putting in the necessary prevention mechanisms. There are too many times when, as a practitioner in the industry for years, going and making recommendations to organizations, and then something bad happens, and then you get the midnight call to scramble. And you sit on the unholy head because we recommended and advised around tools and technologies that could have been put in, and even processes, because you say to someone, back up every day, have 3 backups, because using Jamaican vernacular, 1 backup and a backup, right? We need to have a minimum of 3 backups.
And that's cybersecurity, backups.
We're now going into a little bit of cybersecurity now. Of course, backup. Backup information that is critical and crucial to you. Backup information that you need to keep the business running. So you have 1 local backup in the system that you are, and you have 1 within the environment that you have direct control to, and you need to have 1 external to the organization, right? And so those 3 backups will give you that insurance that in case something happens, you can recover, because recovery is the key thing right here. A bad actor, which is now using ransomware situations, saying, well, I have your information, your data at ransom. Pay me the ransom money before I give you the key to unlock your data. Now, if you have your backup up until 10 hours ago, 12 hours, or almost relatively immediate, you can tell them, well, I'm going to tell you what to tell them.
Takes the fire
right?
out of it.
Exactly. Right. So those are some of the things that happens. I'm not worried about the corporations that are here, because a lot of them, they have the budget, they have the smart folks. It's the small and micro business and medium business that I'm very worried about, because they're not listening, because they don't believe that anything is going to happen to them. And a lot of things are happening right now, but nobody's telling us.
Ah, right. And we're not even touching on the loss of trust that you...
That's a massive topic.
Well, here's the thing now. You mentioned that the corporations, the big businesses, they have the budget. And I know that some people are saying, yeah, and that's the problem, Mr. Rickard. I don't have the budget. What are the do's and don'ts? And let's start with business and then we go to the personal level.
So, on the individual level, small business. On the small
what
business
can
level,
I do?
Yeah, right. So you can do several things in a small budget. Just have an understanding of what you have. So I have a little thing that I call take stock. Just take stock. What hardware you're using, what software you're using. You already paid for the software. A question I ask a lot of times. You have your laptop, you have your tablet, you have a smartphone. How many times that message comes up around, hey, midnight, upgrade is happening. What do all of us push?
Delay.
Exactly.
Or postpone.
Or postpone.
Right.
Exactly. Do not delay, do not postpone. Upgrade, because the manufacturer of that code, of that software, saw something out there in the ecosystem and realize it has the possibility to affect them, and they are now sending an upgrade to protect you. Do your patch. Do your patches, right? So that's one. Not a massive amount, because you already paid for that. So do it, right? Yeah. Again, access control, massively important. Many of us have folks working in the organization, they left, whatever reason, some good reasons, some bad reasons. But somebody has not gone and deleted their access and deleted their emails and deleted all of the various access scenarios that they had.
Right.
Or sometimes you have somebody who was the IT person, they're still kind of doing a little bit of work for you, but they have access to the vast array of all the things.
Right.
That's a massive problem, because bad actors sometimes find that out and all of a sudden using that on the outside.
So Rickard, I want to jump in here. Your birthday
as your password?
Is your password.
Complicate. Use a little bit more complicated password. Did a presentation recently and I explained to some folks. And I hope the viewers will understand that I'm speaking very codedly here. Jamaica is a very colorful language.
Yes.
Right? Each of us have sayings that we use in our own vernacular. Get creative with your password, right? No, some will argue in the IT space, passwords are going to be, because right now my password for my tablet is my facial recognition and also my fingerprint.
Right.
So, okay, I'm now using passwords, and I'm using biometrics. Some will have a different conversation about that. We're moving through the digital age. We'll have to get a little more advanced. But if you're still at password stage, complicate the password a little bit more. 8 or 9 characters, throw in a dollar sign, a pound sign, something in there. But I tell people, get creative with the password. Use your nickname. Use the name you used to call your granny. Use your address that you used to live in the country and you moved to town, put the two of them together, throw in some exclamation signs in there, and make sure you remember it, right?
And don't answer those Twitter threads that say, hey, I'm trying to see something. What's your grandmother's name?
No.
Social engineering.
Exactly, and a lot of that happens and we don't realize it's happening out there. Right. So as I say, it's a lot to unpack in the few minutes we have, but the social engineering is massive. The confidence tricks are massive. And and we're in the age of AI. And what's happening in the age of AI is that the bad actors are using the AI to craft communication that sounds way more convincing, right?
Yes.
So they are now using it against us.
Yes.
So we have to be able to, again, crystal clear what we're looking at. Try and make sure that you go to your computer to do certain transactions. Don't do it on a mobile device. 2 or 3 of my friends, cybersecurity experts, experienced for the last 20 years, got caught because you're chill in the car, got an email from, let's say, Netflix or somebody, hey, renew your password here. And it's, oh yeah, and press the button and then start putting the information and then, pow, realize I did the wrong thing at the wrong time because you didn't move the mouse over to hover over that link to see, is it legitimate or is it not legitimate? Again, is a fair amount to unpack.
So, Rickard, we need more time.
Definitely.
But there are small business owners, big business owners, and people who are concerned, people who intend to shop in this season. Last few seconds, what's your word to them?
So I tell people, it's a cliche, it comes about, think before you click, right? You hover the mouse over, take a look, just think before you click. If it looks too good to be true, it usually is, right? And I summarized a bunch of stuff for small and medium-sized business a little while back. I said, take stock, lock shop, use protection, right? Patch it, and be aware, very aware. Cybersecurity awareness training is the biggest thing that we can do to protect ourselves. There's lots of free training. There's paid training, which is even better. Become aware of all the bad things that can happen to you out there, and you will actually be in a better place.
Thank you for that, Sir Record. You know, knowledge is power, caution, not fear. Let's take your time. All right, so this has been Get the Facts, and our guest was cybersecurity and information technology consultant, Christopher Record. Thank you for watching, and until next time, I'm Theodore Henry. Take good care.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. Petrojan, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Jamaica is experiencing a dengue outbreak and we need to take precautions to protect our health. What does that mean? It means destroying or treating potential mosquito breeding sites, including water storage, containers, and especially drums. Emptying dish drainers and plant saucers, as well as keeping our surroundings free of solid waste. It also means wearing protective clothing and using DEET containing mosquito repellent. Let's work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Nutritious food, succulent dishes, superior workmanship, and excellent service. Jamaica is on the go. Let's grow what we eat and eat what we grow. Let's harness the indomitable spirit of our most valued resource, our people. Let's support our local businesses. After all, buying Jamaican means building Jamaica.
New buses, including an electric option, more Wi-Fi hotspots, and training in coding. The Jamaica Urban Transit Company received 50 diesel and 6 compressed natural gas CNG buses in August and November, a welcomed relief for commuters.
This obviously will alleviate a lot of the frustration and of course the waiting time, which has been up to 2.5 hours for certain routes.
Going the eco-friendly route, JUTC rolled out its first electric bus for testing in April. The government also invested in a fire suppression system for JUTC buses that will automatically extinguish engine fires. Road safety remained a top priority in 2023 as the new Road Traffic Act came into effect on February 1. To enforce the act, a new ticket management system was implemented across Tax Administration Jamaica, the courts, Island Traffic Authority, and the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Major upgrades were undertaken at the island's 2 main airports. The Sangster International Airport runway extension work continued, and an additional $70 million was allocated to expand the check-in hall, outbound security, car park, and other areas. At the Norman Manley International Airport NMIA, new air conditioning units were installed, plus other upgrades. Jamaica's air travel safety reached a new level with the creation of a National Aviation Safety Plan. In the maritime field, Jamaica and Canada signed a reciprocal recognition agreement for its seafarers to legally work on ships sailing under the Jamaican and Canadian flags.
There are several impactful achievements for the Transport Authority in 2023. The true aspect of our new licensing management system called TAMES. We have gone through the various teething pains, and we have done the necessary tweaking that were required, and we are very excited about the new prospect in terms of the Transport Authority's capability to deliver a license online to our customers. We have also concluded works on the Transport Authority's regulation, and that regulation is currently for CPC.
I think the whole management of the transport sector is doing much better than over the last probably 5 years or so.
Jamaica's digital transformation in 2023 was broadened with the expansion of internet access island-wide. All 14 parish capitals are now outfitted with public Wi-Fi sites. The National Broadband, Community Wi-Fi Hotspots and Community Access Points programs were also strengthened. Under the TAP 3 coding program, USF and Heart NSTA Trust provided training to 100 coders. 40 coders who graduated at the start of 2023 received immediate employment with Amber Group Limited. The Universal Service Fund, USF, and eLearning Jamaica also signed a partnership to provide more technological support in schools. With the resumption of the Rural Electrification Program REP, several communities island-wide are set to receive regularized electricity. Also in 2023, the ministry started discussions around the creation of a national roadmap for a peaceful nuclear energy program.
It is important for us to recognize the broader benefits of incorporating a cost-competitive energy source, such as nuclear energy, as our dominant source of energy. The opportunities that it can present in terms of creation of new industries, employment and economic growth, and the overall well-being of Jamaicans can be enormous.
On the legislative agenda, a joint select committee of Parliament reviewed the Cyber Crimes Act and put forward recommendations.
The committee supports the recommendation that there should be harsher penalties in relation to offences against children, and that there should be a distinction between the penalties for offences committed against children, by children, and adult offenders, and that the term of imprisonment be increased from 15 to 20 years for an adult who commits an act where the victim is a child.
Advancing Jamaica's transformation in science, energy, telecommunications, and transport was the top priority and outcome in 2023.
Next time on Protecting Jamaica's Own, the Holland Bay Crocodile Sanctuary.
The national tourism debates are on, and PBCJ is the place to watch them. See students from schools all across the island match wits and tackle complex issues affecting our nation. Watch as future leaders and thinkers solve problems with innovative arguments. Tune in on Mondays and Thursdays at 5 p.m. with a repeat on Saturdays from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. Watch the national tourism debates on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Jamaica's currency has a fresh new look. Introducing the new $50 note. The new $100 note. The new $500 note. The new $1,000 note. The new $2,000 note. The new $5,000 note. Jamaica's new banknotes, modern, more secure, and made to last.
Public health globally, and certainly in Jamaica, is at a crossroads coming on the heels of the COVID pandemic, and the need to rethink and to reset and to recalibrate the approach to healthcare.
This was the driving force in 2023. We now review how public health and wellness fared in the last year. In 2023, the Ministry of Health and Wellness adopted a life-stage approach focusing on health promotion and preventing risk factors to ill health. The Know Your Numbers campaign went into communities with a target of providing 500,000 free health screenings to Jamaicans. A media campaign around the Nutrition Facts panel on food labels was initiated to encourage healthier choices.
It is important that Jamaicans learn to read and interpret the Nutrition Facts panel with its information on serving sizes, calories, nutrients, and percent daily value for the individual intake.
A national drug prevalence study and the Problem Management Plus initiative were launched to address mental health issues in the society. The opening of the $60 million teen hub in Morant Bay offered this age cohort another safe space. And there was a Champions for Change campaign tackling HIV stigma. The ministry also expanded the types of care offered in public health. The Animal Assisted Recovery Care Pilot Project brought comfort to pediatric patients. The New Limb New Life program was launched to provide an initial 200 Jamaicans with prosthetic devices. And thousands began receiving replacement dentures through a Second Chance Smiles program. Important policy decisions were taken in the year to increase healthcare capacity. Over 2,000 permanent posts were created for healthcare workers.
Permanent posts as opposed to short-term contracts for 789 doctors currently in the system. So we're moving from temporary to permanent, more job security. New posts of over 1,112 doctors to be filled over time, and 140 posts that were established to support the response to the COVID-19 pandemic.
At the same time, 25 intensive care staff received advanced training in neonatal respiratory ventilation therapies. A document to guide primary health care reform for Jamaica was tabled in Parliament. The e-health strategy was rolled out to revolutionize patient care using technology, while the electronic health records system was advanced.
In a very short phrase, it improves by reducing transaction time, transaction cost, and improve the quality of service provision for the patient in our public health institution.
In 2023, the 4 regional health authorities were each allocated $500 million for infrastructure improvement and equipment replacement, in addition to signing a service level agreement and receiving a medical equipment maintenance policy from the ministry. Also, a tender process was launched for the lease of advanced diagnostic equipment.
The first time that the ministry has embarked on a comprehensive, holistic approach to diagnostic services in the public health system.
Over $453 million was invested in new X-ray units for the Kingston Public, Bustamante National Chest, and Spanish Town hospitals. Other cutting-edge equipment was acquired for several institutions. New ambulances were provided for the Western and Northeast regional health authorities. The National Blood Transfusion Service expanded its reach, adding mobile units and strategic blood donation sites. And contracts valued at $27 billion were signed to secure and improve the supply of essential drugs for patients. The symphony of progress in Jamaica's healthcare infrastructure continued in 2023, with the Cornwall Regional Hospital entering its final phase of renewal work. Construction of the Western Children and Adolescent Hospital soared to reach its 8th floor and closer to completion. Temporary buildings were constructed and other areas retrofitted and repurposed to make way for construction of a new 6-story 100-bed space at the Spanish Town Hospital.
This facility here, which will house lab services, pharmacy services, including waiting areas, testing areas, collection of medication, storage, is more than twice the size
of what it was in its original place.
Spanish Town and the Bustamante Hospital for Children also received new beds. Black River Hospital got a new perimeter wall along with automated entrance and exit gates. The Maneeg, Broadleaf and Mandeville Comprehensive Health Centers were among the primary care facilities that benefited from upgrades. Construction also commenced on a new administrative building for the St. Anne Health Department. A new energy-efficient boiler system was installed at the Savannah Lamar Public General Hospital, and Black River became the newest certified baby-friendly hospital. The ministry was also responsive as a dengue fever outbreak posed increasing threat to public health.
We are on top of the outbreak, or certainly the situation, which involves all of us.
The Ministry of Health and Wellness in 2023 advancing the vision of healthcare for national development.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. Petrojan, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
We tend to see the smudge on someone else's mirror and forget the crack in ours. Start by fixing yourself first. Educate yourself.
The top 3 achievements for the tourism industry and the Ministry of Tourism for 2023 are as follows.
Well, it would have to be the hosting of.
We have also been able to capture so many awards.
I'm so happy.
Record arrivals and earnings, which resulted in our breaking the 4 million visitor barrier by expectation by the end of the year, of course, and the $4 billion earnings. Our employment in the tourism sector has also seen new levels in 2023, and the additional income flowing from entrepreneurial endeavors by a larger number of people within the tourism industry is really a point of great satisfaction. The second key area for 2023 is the expansion of tourism linkages. We put $1 billion Jamaican there, and in the last year, more than 300 small enterprises have benefited from this. Total loan portfolio at the Exim Bank now is over $2 billion Jamaican dollars. We've established a technological platform called Alex, and that app allows for the small farmers across Jamaica to be able to connect directly with the procurement officers at hotels and to have trading. Over $1 billion Jamaican dollars of trading has happened between these small farmers and the hotels. The third area of great accomplishment in our mind for tourism this year is the level of human capital development activities that the ministry and the sector has been involved in. I'm proud of the pension plan that we've established for the workers. In 1 year, we have had nearly 9,000 workers registered, and we also have earned, by way of contributions from them, over 1 billion Jamaican dollars.
JPEX. This year we were able to bring in a lot of new persons from different markets that we were not usually attracted to. So, you know, persons from India, persons from Latin America. So we're looking at new markets where we can expand our tourism product.
We have also been able to capture so many awards at the World Travel Awards. This year in particular, I think one of the things that is significant is that Jamaica has come in as the top destination in the Caribbean for the 17th consecutive year. And I think that's a great achievement.
We have the TPD training that train us the way we're supposed to present ourselves to the guests when they come here around us. I'm so happy. The minister is trying his very best to let food go on all of us tables. And I'm so happy. And he's trying everything in his own endeavor to let the tourists come to Jamaica.
So tourism continues to be the driver of the economy of Jamaica. We boast the fact that the last 10 consecutive quarters since the onset of COVID, we have shown growth, significant growth, that has enabled a positive GDP growth for Jamaica. The revenues from tourism have been significant, over $4 billion of foreign exchange into the economy. We have gone back to our levels of employment of 170,000 Jamaicans across various areas. But we have increased the retention level of the dollar in the Jamaican economy. So more Jamaicans are now inserted in the tourism value chain than ever before in our history.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. Petrojan, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Next time on Protecting Jamaica's Own, the Holland Bay Crocodile Sanctuary
Jamaica, the land of Bob Marley, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Usain Bolt, and of course, Reggae Month, the only month-long reggae music festival on planet Earth, where something reggae happens every day in the month of February, ranging from mega reggae concerts, reggae award ceremonies, and educational symposia on reggae. February is Reggae Month. Reggae Month is February, when Jamaica invites the world to come to Mecca, Reggae Mecca, and come catch the rhythm like no place else on earth, only in Jamaica.
And that's how I made to give him the door, breathe, I'm delighted. Jano say my passion ignited. Got the music get me excited. I'm coming like a boss.
Who are fans of reggae music, just come out and support Reggae Month. Whatever we're doing, whatever we're keeping, just come out and support us. Because this is Jamaica and this is where reggae is from.
It is Reggae Month. Make sure you come out and celebrate in every Reggae Month event. A Fiwi music, it is massive, it is powerful. Come out and celebrate Reggae Month.
Lowering the sodium content in children's diets today can help prevent heart disease later in their life, especially for those who are overweight. Shake the salt habit, shop smart and cook smart. Use less or no salt when cooking. Try using fresh herbs and seasonings to add more flavor. Limit the consumption of salty snacks. Take the time to carefully read the nutrition labels on food products to identify those high in salt and choose the healthier options. Remember, no more than 2 grams of salt per day from all food sources for children under 11 years of age.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint, and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions, the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding, and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Welcome to the dark side. We pass them by, empty bodies filled with pain. Cup running over is the bitter taste of reality. A glimmer of hope left eons ago. To live is to breathe. This person grabs the rope and noose for the person who feels he or she has no use. To come to the dark side is to walk in my shoe. They say I am weird. Do they know I suffer mentally? They see me as an imposter, an aberration, a freak of nature. I regret my birth.